I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hi, and it's day what? Day 6. The Black Business Expo TV network has been coming to you live. And you know, as I continue to do the things that I do, I want to say to all of the people out there who has helped in this historic journey, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You know, a lot of times people don't say thank you, but I mean it from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. And now, with no further ado, we're going to get right into the show that you've been waiting for. Yes, indeed, we have a gentleman who's going to come up by the name of Leonardo Williams. And of course, for those who don't know, he's a trailblazer. He is Leonardo Williams. Good morning, man. How you doing? Take yourself off mute. He's going to come off mute just a moment. Leonardo, hit your mute button and let's get it going. Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. There's going to be an echo, so I'm gonna go off mute but after I introduce you. Ladies and gentlemen, with no other ado, I'd like to introduce to you Leonardo Williams.
Whoa. All right, let's get these technical difficulties out of the way here. Testing. All right, I think I'm live. I think I'm ready to go here. All right, good morning, everyone. I'm going to go ahead and get started. I'm Leonardo Williams. All right, I'm Leonardo Williams, and it's a pleasure to be here with you all today. I am coming from 2 screens here, so trying to get these technical difficulties out of the way before we get started. Just to make sure we don't have any interruptions. Eric, can you come back on the screen for a moment? Or Mark, if you can let me know if I'm okay showing my screen and can be heard. All right. Yeah, so good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be. Yesterday, I spoke about just, business in Durham, Black business, and the legacy of it. And I spoke about just, what is next, and what happened over the years. And how can we, fix that? What are some of the barriers that are in our way right now? And it was a great time sharing it with Miss Maxine and Eric Kelly. So today I want to talk about the how we do all of the things that we've been talking about. And I believe my philosophy here is strengthening the village. When you think of our community, you have to think of it as a village. And, when I was being raised in Halifax County, I didn't really have a lot of resources or access to resources. I was very poor, but did not know that. So therefore, because I didn't know that, I had this mentality of I can actually accomplish anything. And and that was something that was a valuable trait that actually played a huge part in me being successful throughout my life. It was a village that took care of me, you know. When I needed something to eat, I had neighbors to take care of me and to do that. My mother needed, when my mom needed someone to watch me, I had neighbors, so that was a beauty. Now here I am, a small business owner in the city of Durham, the state of North Carolina, and things are going well. And I want to talk about how well they're going, and I want to talk about how we got them to do well. And so this is how I came up with strengthening the village, empowering, encouraging, and enhancing the Black community through small business. Now, there's something that I always say, over the years, the church has been at the heart of the Black community, whereas the bank has been at the heart of many other communities. And I think that we need to have a combination here. We need to, not only, have our faith in order, but we need to have our finances in order as well, so that we can generate, this generational wealth that is well deserved of our people. All right, so let's get right into it. I want to talk about the climate here. Obviously we're going through a current global pandemic, and I just want to highlight some of the things that are happening here. So obviously, we have a pandemic, and politics that are playing it here in America, and we're at a moment now where we're reconciling with our past. And I can't recall any other time where we've all been, so focused on the same matters of fact. So here we are, people are trying to support Black Americans now, Black Lives Matter. Everybody is wanting to put a yard sign in their yard, put a bumper sticker on their car, and this is emotionally, financially, politically, all around. But what we have to do is make sure that folks are really ensuring the Black lives do matter. And we have to do that by leading by example. In regards to financial support during this pandemic, 90% of people of color owned businesses did not receive the PPP in the first round for sure. My wife and I was one of those folks that did not receive that, those funds. We did get it the second round, and when we got it, the format was so not necessarily the most reflective of our needs, that it was not as beneficial as we hoped it would be. However, any penny helped during this time. But here's the deal: we have a chance to bring our financial support to Durham's local economy, and I'm going to talk about what we're doing here in Durham, and hopefully it can inspire what's happening or what can happen around the entire world, as I know we have that presence here on the call. So here we are, starting here in Durham, and we're going to see if we can launch a movement here. All right. Some things that in regards to the climate that are standing out to me. Our financial investments are misguided, and I'll tell you the source of that inspired statement. Next to my restaurant is a vape store, and vape stores, vape products, while it may be something of a habit or hobby rather, for some, you might as well take your money, light it on fire, let it burn away. 90% of the customers in this store, owned by a Pakistani, are Black. And if I was to judge a book by its cover, which as a business owner I've learned to do and don't feel bad about it, if I was judging a book by its cover, most of the people that are spending money in this store, and some may take that as an offense, but we have to get over offense and state facts. So that is the source of that. I hope that we can stop being misguided and better inform each other on how we can invest. We lack political impact at a large scale, but that's going to turn around, and it's turning around. I want to talk about that a little later. We got to relocate this on this mission to when we do have mentorship? Where does it take us as a community? You know, have we defined what our future looks like for our children? You know, and what are we doing right now? What is our financial investment, our time investment, our commitment to ensuring that tomorrow is better for not only us, but our children and their children and their children? Here are a few facts. 90% of, Black and Indigenous people of color or, Black-owned businesses did not receive the PPP. I just stated this in the first round. 1 in 3 Black-owned businesses have closed or nearly have closed during COVID. COVID has definitely exposed some vulnerabilities in our economy and our society. 61% of women earn, women earn 61% to every dollar in the workplace. And that's 2% down than it was in 2016. Are we off better 4 years later? The median household income is $28,000 for Black families. 6.6% unemployment rate. It's the highest amongst all racial groups. Now, in regards to Black-owned businesses, collectively, we employ over 1 million people. Check this out. 1.2, and I think actually this is 1.3 trillion is our spending power as a Black community in this country. And most of all, as I talked about that political impact, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris was just elected president and vice president. And to be honest with you all, Black women did that. But specifically Black women, but definitely communities of color, the Black community. So what do all this tell us? We are worth a lot, a whole lot. And it appears that everyone knows that except us. And that is what we have to change. We have power. We have to determine when we're going to figure this out and what we're going to do with it. So, back in 2016, Killer Mike started a movement, Banking Black. And he said, I encourage us, none of us, to engage in acts of violence or looting, but I encourage us to take our warfare to financial institutions. Fortunately, right here in Durham, North Carolina, we are home to the second oldest Black bank in America. So I launched a campaign with the what if we just open up accounts in Black banks? I said, absolutely, that's already been done. Let's make it happen. He said, I don't know where to start. Let's get together and make it happen. And we did. So we launched Bank Black Durham. And this is a rallying cry to get Durham residents to open accounts with M&F Bank, the second oldest Black bank in America. We want to encourage our allies, non-people of color, to move their money to a Black bank. We want to, since M&F has its roots in Durham, we want to, make sure we reignite this Black Wall Street and make it more than just a historical placard, a landmark, but more so a culture, a community. How do we do that? So here are the steps to do it. Check this out. We have to reconnect the people in our bank. Many of us, it's so easy because these big corporate banks have the resources to just make everything so easy. But you know what? Anything worth having is not easy. And we have to put in the work to make sure that we empower not only ourselves, but empower our bank to make sure our bank can empower us and make sure that they can facilitate the resources that we need to have the wealth built that we desire. We have to empower our people, as I just stated. We have to follow on social media to be informed. But beyond social media, we have to communicate again. Pick up the phone and call each other and say, hey, how are things going with you? How are your investments going? How are things financially? We're all struggling during this COVID. What can I do to help? If you can, we have to organize with our allies and organizations. So, we have to strengthen the Black community from within, but to enhance that, we have to pull allies from outside of the Black community. Jazz music is an American music, and jazz music was founded by Black people, but it was put on the world map when Blacks and whites came together. And we have to, in other ethnicities, we have to do the same thing with our power as a Black community. This is our power. It's up to us what we do with it, and it's up to us who we bring in to help make that happen, make it a reality. We also have to reform the banking process. M&F Bank is not the best bank to bank with, but we can change that. We can make sure that changes. And when I say we're not the best, meaning we have to make sure they have the resources to be just as technologically advanced as any of these other major corporate financial institutions. And we have to meet the community where they are. About percentage. I talk about 90% of the customers going into that Pakistani vape store, but I have to make sure that I say, hey, one, there's a Black-owned restaurant here. Make sure you come and eat here next door. And also, let's have a conversation about, what I can do as a community member, and you as a community member, to help one another. Start to communicate and get to know one another, and then support each other through those avenues of communication. And who knows, in that conversation, what may actually come up is, do you know how to invest? And can I help you with that? And I don't mean invest in just the stock market. I mean invest in ourselves. And that can happen in any way, form, or fashion. Step 2, we have to encourage. Yes, the road is going to be tough. We've launched this Bank Black Durham, and people say, oh man, M&F this and M&F that. But it's up to us to be a part of the change that we want to be, that we want to see. We can't just complain and move on and never do anything about it. So it's going to be tough, but it'll be worth it. We have to offer real and simple to reach achievements to relate to real needs. We have to develop solutions that are reflective of our problems. Start there. We can't take care of everyone else unless we can take care of ourselves first. Right? We have to also understand the problems that we face as a people economically and their root causes. The jobless rate is 6.6 in the Black community. Why? Have we asked why? What are causes of those issues? One thing that frustrates me is we often talk about I call it aboutism, where we become scholars of issues rather than solvers of issues. And, we could talk about how things must be equitable and we have to fight for equality. But we have to go beyond just making that sound good. They're nice buzzwords. We have to go beyond that. We have to actually get to the point where we're actionable about the things that we're talking about. And we do that way too often. I know for a fact here in Durham, and I'm sure other places around the country. We have to change that. We have to change that. We're not, as a people, as a Black people, we're not some token that you can just talk about and build, diversity and inclusion policies around, but do nothing about. We don't want, as a community, hand out. We want to hand up and step on it to get higher. Bring our own chair to the table or build our own table. We're not asking anyone to give us anything, but we have to look at each other in the eyes and in the face and say, look, I got you. Let's do this together. And that's when we can rectify those issues. But we can't talk about the surface level of what's going on with the Black community without addressing the root causes. Don't where people can afford their own house. It's nothing you can do about the growth of a city. That's inevitable. So what you do, you create opportunities and capacity for people to rise up to the occasion, to rise up to the need. And that's how we address those root causes. So if someone doesn't have food on their table, they can't afford it, then we need to talk about why. And that's how we address those issues. And we can do that with each other first. In step 3, we enhance. We got this. We enhance each other. We enhance. We got to stop complaining and start collaborating. That's all what I'm talking about here. within our community. We have to stop complaining and start collaborating. Enough of the aboutism. We have to be solvers of issues, solvers. We have to participate in learning circles about financial literacy and home ownership and entrepreneurship. You know, I created this program called Ego Civic, Economically Growing Our Own to be Civically Engaged. And it's a 1-year training program, a training camp for young Black boys and girls, or men and women, to be civically trained, to know how to run for office, to understand policy and know how to draft it, know how to create it, and also own their own business, have your own stake in your own community, right? But the beautiful thing about Bank Black Durham is we have goals with this, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. We have to acknowledge our past and help create our future. Now, the beautiful thing is, yes, we've been fighting for civil rights and equality for a long time, you know, but, you know, the Black community was once very, very, very strong financially. You have to look at Tulsa, and you look at Durham. From Tulsa to Durham, we had it going on, but it's always been some other community, or not, I would say other groups of people with different interests that have tried to shut that down. But we're resilient people, and we're powerful, and we're going to overcome that, and we're overcoming it. And this is now our chance all over again to do what we need to do for each other. This can be, you know, uncomfortable because it's not of everyone's interest, but I feel that we've been brainwashed. I feel like we've been trained not to think about the things that are most important. You know, we think about insurance, we're thinking about car insurance, but there's so many other insurance plans out there, you know, where people use for simple tax strategies, life insurance policies, life insurance plans. I didn't know, I'm about to be 40 this month, and I had no idea about these life insurance policies that can pay for my house, pay for my kids' college, you know, tuition, and putting my money into these life insurance plans to dodge from paying too much in taxes. What I'm doing, it's not I'm dodging taxes, I'm just regenerating my money to support me and my family and my community more, rather than just paying to some agency, some company. And I hope that we can talk about that more as well. So enhance our own financial weight. That's how we do it. So we have to reform our space. And if you go back and pay attention to what I just presented on those 3 steps, empower, engage, and enhance, that's what I'm talking about. Reform our space. One more time. Reform our space. That is how we strengthen the Black community. This is how we strengthen the village, through Banking Black. We, as a community, position our bank to facilitate the financial relationships that we need to better us. That's the campaign that I've launched, and it's working out pretty well so far. So let's talk about what success looks like. So here's for the bank. Imagine, and these are somewhat hypothetical, but we're making them realistic. 20,000 new accounts, 2,000 mortgages, 5,000 loans, 10,000 credit cards. Imagine if our bank had that. And what it looked like for us: increase Black small businesses by 25% by 2025, and increase Black home ownership by 10% in 10 years. That's what this can do. 20,000 accounts. That is so easy. And no, banks do not make money off of checking and savings accounts. They just don't. It's not any money there. So what you have to do is you open your account, and then the bank has a concentrated block of people to provide this financial literacy to. And once they have that block of people and they're informing and educating, people become more powerful with that knowledge. And that's how you know how to own your own home, and you know how to actually own your own business. This is how we establish generational wealth. And to be honest with you, I believe this is also how we can address reparations. I don't think that, and this is a personal opinion here. I don't think that just finding a few families and giving money to them is going to be the only solution, because of their ties back to slavery. I think that we now, because I don't trust that investment, but one investment I do trust is providing that financial investment into the Black community so it can reproduce itself and multiply itself to where we all eat, all of us. Now, this is scalable. It doesn't have to be Think Black Durham. It can be Think Black wherever you are. All right. There are institutions that have PC on me. Right. So that's what we can do, folks. That's where we can start. This is a starting point. We have to change our culture. We have to change our culture of investing in one another. All right. Let's strengthen our village. Thank you guys so much. I am ready for questions if there are any. All right, Eric. Yeah, so great question. Like I said earlier, I created this program, Ego Civic, and I'll type that in the chat so everyone can see it. Well, I'll just restate it. Ego Civic is it's an acronym. Ego Civic, economically growing our own to be civically engaged. And like I said, this is a training program for young men and women. We're talking 18 to 25. And Ego Civic, we're actually going to be launching this in 2021. And what it does is it takes you through a 2-part program, 6 months in entrepreneurship and 6 months in civic engagement. And you will be working on those simultaneously. Start have some access to support, and you'll also be able to have a mentor that you can meet with twice a month. And when you finish, you have an actual legitimate registered LLC or whatever other entity you decide to go with, and be able to understand run, then you'll be able to do that. So that's how youth can be involved in it. Put my glasses on here so I can see. Hey there, Renita. So the program will be offered here in the Triangle. We're going to start here in Durham, so that I can just make sure that we kick it off with my hands on it. We can make sure that it's solid. But it is also, as Think Black Durham, it's scalable. Once we get it started here in 2021, we'll be able to scale this and have it, anywhere in the nation. Great question, Chris. Actually, I had no intentions of becoming a restaurant owner at all. I'm an educator. I'm a former Teacher of the Year. in Durham Public Schools, and I went from teacher to principal to director to associate superintendent in other counties, and all the way up to working with Governor Cooper doing executive education policy analysis. And it was at that point where we were doing much better financially. I decided, I said, I told my wife she was really stressed out of her job. I said, hey, leave your job, go home. She went home and she couldn't sit home and just do nothing. She started catering, and the catering got so popular that I was in a suit meeting in Raleigh. I would have to leave, go take a delivery, a catering, come back to the office, and I would be smelling like chicken. And they started joking on me in the office. So you know what? I think I just found my retirement plan. So we ended up taking a chance. We took that leap. We opened the business, and voila, it's doing very well. But it is very demanding. So if I'm not doing something politically or in the community, then I'm running my restaurant. So a normal day for me can be wake up in the morning, suit and tie, meetings, go work out, go have meetings, and then go put on my clothes and get on the grill. So my day is a very diverse day on average. So Bank Black Durham, thanks for asking that, Rhonda. You're always on it. Bankblackdurham.com. Bankblackdurham.com. Rhonda Kozar, if you don't mind, can you type that? I'm not in the public chat. I can't see it right now. I can't type in it. If you don't mind typing that for me. www.bankblackdurham.com. And as you can see, my restaurant website is zoilies.com in the bottom of the screen there. And in what way do you encourage your allies to get involved, and support employees? Yeah, it's a great question. How do we get our allies involved? So this is a pivotal time right now. This is a very pivotal time. Raise your hand if you ever seen any other time where so many white people and other people have been so concerned about the Black community. Right. This is unheard of, what we have going on right now. So this is a timely moment. It's timely, so we have to take advantage of this. We have to make sure that if everyone who wants to put a Black Lives Matter sign in their yard, they should be opening a bank account in a Black bank. That's the reality. This is how we invoke act, And one thing I didn't say that I wanted to say was, when you open that bank account or whatever bank account you have right now, open up a savings account and call it PAC, P-A-C, and let that be your little political action committee fund. We have to get involved. We have to get involved in getting these candidates in public office that give a dang about us, that care about our community, not just getting our vote when it's necessary, but actually having political weight. So get you an account, put about $10 in there a month, and when it's time to get when people start running for office, donate to their campaign, because money is what they listen to. They hear your voice they hear your concern, but they listen to your money. And that's just it's an ugly reality. So get your bank account, open up that savings account, let it be your political fund. And when it's time to, put $10 a month in there, when it's time to donate, there you go. You'll be heard. And what way do we encourage our allies? Okay, yeah. So like I said, this is the time. Everyone cares. Everybody's talking about Black Lives Matter. So put it to work. Thank you, Chris. Let's see, should we tie this effort to the reparations movement? So when we were, great question, when we were launching this, I had reparations all over the website, and the bank said, hey, Yes, but we don't want to get political, and that's a political term. So the reality is, it is. It is. I think we have to understand the reparations movement, and I think this is one in our community. And investing in our Black businesses. You know, um, so absolutely, this is a form of reparations. It is. You know, my inspirations. I would obviously, like most, my mom. My mom raised four of us. I'm the oldest of four, and she made it look so easy. She made it look so easy. Uh, I didn't know we were poor. I thought it was cool to have candlelight dinners and really nice oodles and noodles. But she made it look so easy, and she made it so fun. But just the power in relationships, the power in relationships. When my mom needed to go somewhere and she could take me to any house on our street, it was like I had my own room in every house, and all of my friends on my street where I grew up were like my brothers and sisters. The power of relationships, the village that they built, I felt so safe, so safe. Um, so definitely my mother. My in-laws, who they are go-getters. They are in Zimbabwe. They own the largest textile factory in Zimbabwe, Tico's Enterprises. And my father-in-law is a federal high court judge, now overseeing the Supreme Court in Zimbabwe as they reconfigure the tax code for the country. Just seeing how they move is so inspiring. I have several friends, and a lot of my students inspire me as well. My high school band director, my college band director, I was head drum major at NCCU, just where they molded the leadership in me, and I was able to utilize that with transfer learning. So, but I can go on and on and on for days. Of course, the celebrities that are out there, the well-known figures in the civil rights era. But I like highlighting those folks that many don't know. Thank you, thank you. We've been we've been really blessed with our restaurant, and not be overly afraid of how much it's going to cost. I can now say, all right, you know what, tonight we're going to eat out. We don't want to cook. That's privilege, and there's nothing wrong with privilege if you're willing to use it the right way. So when COVID, actually before COVID, we had a community in Durham, McDougal Terrace. The entire our restaurant to coalesce the entire community, and at the end of the day, getting those folks back into their homes. During the time that they were evacuated, they were across the city in 19 hotels, and we used our restaurant to work with volunteers across the city in the community to raise over nearly $30,000, collect over 34,000 donated items. We served over 47,000 meals, and we had over 400 volunteers. And just being able to do that, and this is not even counting the meals that were served by other organizations. We came together as a community. We used our privilege for good. We used our privilege for good, and that is what it's all about. And we're a black restaurant, a black small business, working with other black small businesses and other companies and organizations as well, businesses. But mainly it was black businesses working together to take care of the black community. That was power. And yes, we have a lot of privilege in our black community. It's up to us what we're going to do with it. So yeah. Native Americans have developed some revenue through casinos and other things. Hispanics have done so. Okay. Should we work with them? I think we should work with everybody. So other communities. So the thing about Bank Black Durham is Many other communities have their stuff together. We have to get our stuff together. And when every community has their stuff together, all of us can then contribute to the general economy. So the stronger each pocket of people are, the stronger each community is, the stronger the overall community is. And that is what we're after. That is what we're after. We don't want to be the weakest link. We want to be the strongest link of many. And, you know, when the overall economy is better, then the returns can be better. But if we are strong contributors to the community, understanding our buy power, and therefore we can control how the economy works for us and not just on us. We have never closed. We never closed our restaurant during the pandemic. And actually, you know, talk about Black innovation, not bragging here, but we put our minds together. We came up with some things and wow, we're doing better now than we were before the COVID crisis. And just because Joe Biden invited us to the presidential debate, now out of 320, and we sat at the front on the front row. The Trumps on my right, Dr. Jill Biden and Mayor Keisha Lance Bottom on my left, and we were front row. And a lot of people saw that on a lot of news media outlets. And they came to see who we were at the restaurant. But even before that, you know, we started doing very well. We got rid of all of these third-party apps that are taking out 30% of our cut, and we created our own online market system. And now we're doing better than we were before COVID. And we have high safety measures, so folks feel safe eating there. Let's see, do you think the narrative of how important the Durham Black Wall Street has been told well enough? Absolutely not. That's one of my frustrations. And I think that traditionally done the traditional way of storytelling, but I think that we have to continue to refresh and keep that story sensitive. Keep it sensitive. Keep it at the forefront. It should be at least in Durham public schools, it should be in the textbooks. It should be, maybe it can't, I guess, it will be a state thing, saying teach this in this local community, but maybe it could be a supplemental course. But if you live in Durham, you should know about Durham. And I think that we need to go where people are educated. We can educate about Europe. We can educate about Durham and what happens here. Let's educate our people, our children, our Durhamites, our little Durhamites about the rich history that they are living in. Because if we don't, that's why I talked about mentorship. What happened to it? This education of our local history. I can almost guarantee if you grow up in this city, understanding all of what the city has offered over the years, you will be an impact, groundbreaking, change maker, community member yourself. I can almost guarantee that. So y'all help me make that happen. Help me present to the Board of Education that we need a supplemental course to teach local Durham history, especially Durham Black Wall Street. So some of the Durham heroes, local Durham heroes, both current and past, that I use as a model in my life. Obviously, Merrick, Moore, Shepard. I not because I went to NCCU, but James E. Shepard from the past. I'm really big on relationships, and this man had. It was magical the way he built relationships across racial lines during his era in the 1800s, in the 19th century, and so and even into the 20th century, and how that a landmark right now because of those relationships, but even to date, Andrea Harris, while she was small and meek in figure physically, she was a powerhouse in the economic world. You know, Farad Ali, who's doing amazing things right now, you know, there are quite a few, you know, that are doing some amazing work. And you know, one of the people that inspires me most about Durham history, though, he shines shoes outside of BU Cafe, and listening to him tell me about what Pettigrew Street used to look like, the real Black Wall Street, you know, and also, you know, just how Durham was, you know, and the lady that where it never rained on her, you know, all those stories that I had no idea about. You know, he's a local hero, and I think we should probably get his memories recorded, you know, now before, you know, time passes on too much. Yeah, so yesterday, I believe there was someone talking about, I think it's BCN or BNN, Black News Network or Black Cable News or BTN, I don't know. But there's an official Black news media outlet now that, you know, I don't even want to say it's like CNN. It's not even like a real media outlet. It is a real media outlet. And when I was at the presidential debate in Nashville, they were actually on the air, and it's really good. It's really good. It's not overly, you know, like, you know, it's not like Black Power, but it's very informative from the Black perspective. And they're already doing this. They're telling stories and incorporating it with news stories, and it was just so refreshing to hear it. I couldn't turn it off. So I hope that they can, you know, expand their reach really soon, because that is so important. Also, you know, looking at the I think, you know, one way of better supporting Black to where they're not just so dependent on, you know, ads, but ads in what, you know, and I don't know what that looks like, but maybe finding a way to better support financially the Black press, so that they will have the resources and capability of being able to share, you know, more content from our perspective in a really nice, high quality way. I worked at Durham Upholstery and used to own a shoe store in downtown. Has a lot of those stories as well. Okay, great. Yeah, I think we need to do. I think we need to get them on record um, to tell the history, you know, from their perspective as well of Durham. Yeah. So, any other questions, folks? If not, I'm going to pass it back over. To Eric, if he's in. And there was a question that I did not answer earlier, and it said, "Why Durham? You know, what makes Durham special?" I came here from Halifax County in 1999. I met my wife in college. We later grew up and then met again and got married. We live in Durham. Durham has been good to us. Durham is where we've been able to launch our business and been more received here than anywhere else that I can imagine. We're raising our child here. Durham Public Schools has been amazing, not only to me as a professional, but also to my child. Better than any other educational setting that I could have put him in. Durham is allowing me the opportunity and capacity to build my wealth and generate this generational wealth for my son and his children. So Durham is special to us because Durham has made us special. So why not invest all of what I have into this area? Oh, so I'll end with this question. What's in store for Zweli's Kitchen? So because Joe Biden, out of 328.2 million people selected us two as his guests, it landed us on over 30 media outlets across the country and the world. And some, to name a few, not only every media outlet in North Carolina and in Tennessee, we, and not only being seen on CNN, MSNBC, C-SPAN, even Fox News, we were interviewed by the Mail and Guardian. The Mail and Guardian is equivalent to the New York Times, and they are the biggest paper in Johannesburg, in South Africa, and on BBC World News front page, and being interviewed by BBC World Service Africa. And that led us to getting a call by the Zimbabwean embassy, and that led us to being added on a speaking tour. So in January, my wife and I will be going on a world speaking tour around the southern region, the middle to southern region of Africa. We'll be going in several countries, several villages, and several cities, and it'll be about a 1 month long speaking tour. And we'll be telling her story. The little girl in the corner of the world, overlooked and forgotten, and the country boy, poor country boy from Eastern North Carolina, who didn't have anything but had everything he needed to be all of what he wants. So you'll hear about that being announced. Also, breaking news here. I haven't made it public yet. I'll just put it before I actually put it out in the Black community. We are the recent recipients of the Discover Card Eat It For It program. So we just won $25,000 to help us keep the restaurant afloat. So we're really excited about that. And I haven't even made that announcement. Oh, there we go. Do I have political aspirations? I have aspirations to serve our people, and whatever capacity that is, then I am all for it. I will say, I don't think that we have bad folks in leadership now. I think that they're great. But right now we have black kids killing black kids every other weekend, and in Durham, and that affects not only families, but it also affects everything else in our city. And it's up to us to determine what we're going to do about it. And when we have a problem and we see it and no one else really sees it the same way we see it, it's up to us to make sure that they do. And if they don't, then you capacitate that space and you make it a priority. So take that for what it is. And we'll see what happens in the coming future. Thank you all so much. Rhonda, I'm asking you to do this again for me. If you could type in the text in the chat on www.leonardowilliams.com. That is my personal website and how folks can reach me. And if you don't reach out to me, I'm going to be offended. So that means you got to reach out. Send me an email, contact@leonardowilliams.com, or go to my website and drop a message to me, leonardowilliams.com, and say hi. If you don't say hey, I will be offended. So make sure you reach out. Yeah, I look forward to working even harder in Durham and being more involved in Durham. And we'll see where all of that takes us. That's like asking who your favorite child is. The question was, what is my favorite meal at my restaurant? If you've ever had my wife's cooking, you'll know that that is really, 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 really hard to say. I don't know. We'll say she did make. I have a party, a small party tonight, celebrating early my 40th birthday, which is November 28th. And she made like a lot of my favorite dishes, like bacon wrapped meats and the deviled eggs, and, some cupcakes from favorite desserts, red velvet. She Brussels sprouts. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. So, but I don't know what my favorite dish will be. That's just too tough. Look forward to connecting with you all. I really do. Please be in touch. Please do. What do you do? Not working. So it's a tough question. I need to find time to relax. Not there yet. Need to find time. So, but I do like to hike. I do, and I love the mountains. So if I can get away to the North Carolina mountains, I go. Yep. All right. I'm gonna pass it on back over. I really appreciated speaking with you all this morning, and just sharing how I think that we could strengthen our village.
Hey man, how's it going? You did a great job this morning. And of course, let's move on. Good morning. You did a great job this morning.
Thank you.
Well,
your screen is off. I didn't know you were on. I had to put my headphones in.
Okay. Thank you for everything that you talked about. I think Durham is well on its way. And we know that you're going to be doing some great things. And we'll make sure that we get by the restaurant, because I always go by there and I just say, fix me something. I say, I don't know what I want. I'm a vegetarian. So I say, I walk in your restaurant. I say, look, would y'all just fix me a vegetarian meal? They said, well, what do you want? I said, I don't care. Everything is good in here. So just fix it so I can go. And want to thank you for your time this morning. And of course, our scholarship lady will give you a call, and hopefully you can do something with our scholarship this year. And we would just like to say, you have changed our community with the stuff that you've been doing.
Thank you.
What is your website and an email where people can get in touch with you?
Right. So my website is in the chat. LeonardoWilliams.com and Zwelis.com. Email is contact@williams.com.
We will run that across the screen, and thank you so very much.
Thank you. You guys have a good one.
Mm-hmm. And of course, as we get ready for our next guest, we want to thank you for tuning in to Black Business News. And for those of you who are not tuned into all of the different stations around the country, we will reach out to the group down in Florida, and we will see what we can do to assist them in reaching our marketplace. You got Eric Kelly III, as I continue to say. Let's move on. I'm a time guy. We're 3 minutes away from our next speaker, but I'm going to bring up anyway. Bring up Dr. Johnson, please. Good morning, Dr. Johnson. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing well, thank you. And how are you?
Oh, I'm doing just wonderful. I love the glasses. I love the glasses.
Thank you. Thank you. These are my Delta glasses.
All right now. All right. Well, I'm not going to hold you. I know you're ready. I know you got a great presentation for everybody. And I've seen your presentation a couple of times, and that's why I brought you on, because I think people need to know more. And so with no further ado, I'd like to introduce to you all and reacquaint with others, Dr. Sandra K. Johnson.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. Good afternoon, good evening, etc. I am certainly happy to be a part of this Black Expo event. I want to spend just a few minutes with you this morning having a conversation about leadership. And I'm going to have some focus on women in leadership, but I'm going to have this broader to talk about leadership in general, not just for business, but for many fields of endeavor, many walks of life, many different systems, these leadership principles hold. And so without further ado, I'll get started. First of all, I want to talk about 5 levels of leadership, right? And these levels come from a well-known international leadership expert, John Maxwell. So I'll walk through those and then talk about them from the perspective of a woman leader. So the 5 levels of leadership, very quickly, are position, permission, production, people development, and pinnacle, right? So what do I mean by that? Well, I'll walk through each one individually, beginning with the lowest level, which is position, right? Position level of leadership is an individual is a leader by virtue of their position. They're in a particular position that's a leadership position, right? And one can argue that you may not necessarily have leadership qualities. You may not necessarily be a leader from a substantive perspective, but if you are in a leadership role, then by virtue of that, you are at the position level of leadership. And so people have to respond to you, respond to your requests, et cetera, because they have to, not necessarily because they want to. And I'm sure many of us have been in situations where we've had to work with a leader, we've had to report to someone who's in a leadership position, but is not necessarily a leader, right? So you want to be in that position. It's typically the initial position that a leader obtains, right? And your objective is to move on to the higher levels of leadership. However, those who do not have the leadership qualities will probably not move to the higher levels, and in many instances, they may be removed from this position leadership level. So your objective is to get that leadership position and perform all of the leadership qualities, all of the leadership actions, et cetera, that enable you to grow to get to the next level of leadership. And that next level of leadership I call permission level. And permission level leadership is about relationships, right? People essentially report to you. They work with you as a leader because they want to, and not necessarily because they have to. In the position level, you have to work for the person. In many instances, you may be disgruntled, you don't like the person, you wish there was another way to do it, you feel like you're stuck. You may be stuck if you are in a position leadership level. But for permission, the leader is someone that the followers like. They want to be in their presence. They consider it an honor to work with them. The work environment, whatever it may be, is a pleasant one. You look forward to getting up every day and going to work or performing this task because the leader for this particular organization, for this particular activity, et cetera, is someone that you want to work with. And so that is the second level, or permission level of leadership. Now, third level is called production level, right? And in that level, the leader oversees a team that produces results. I mean, it's not enough for you to have permission level of leadership and everyone loves you, right? If you don't deliver on your actions, right? And so that's a given. That is a foundation, if you will, to lead those who not only are pleasant to work with, that the followers love to work with you. It's a pleasant environment. You get along very well, or the environment is conducive to you performing at an optimal level, but you actually deliver on results, right? And so once you get to that third level of leadership, that's when others begin to recognize you because there's something substantive, if you will, or tangible that you can deliver, you do deliver, and it's in the time frame in which the delivery was planned, right? So the fourth level of leadership is people development. That is, it's not enough for you as a leader to lead, but you want to reach out and you find people who have potential, high potential to also be a future leader. And you work with them, you mentor them, you sponsor them, you sit down and have conversations with them. You pull them to the side to say, you know, this is not quite the right way to do it. Let's get together and I'll show you how to do it. You will suggest that they go and they talk to others, you know, who can help them improve and grow, etc. And you develop a relationship with them, professional, a working relationship with them that is conducive to them producing something better than they otherwise would. And the followers tend to, when they see a leader who goes the extra mile to work with them, to understand them, understand their life holistically, not necessarily just for the task at hand, not necessarily just for the job, but look at their lives holistically as part of the process of people development, then not only are you improving your leadership abilities, but you are helping those that you are working with. So that fourth level of leadership is called people development or reproduction. You are more or less working to reproduce leaders of the same vein as you. And then the fifth level, which is the highest level of leadership, is called the pinnacle level or respect. You have reached a place where you have delivered consistently over years. You have developed people over years, and those people have then gone on to become great leaders. You know, leaders who will also develop people who may also reach that pinnacle level. You're someone who's well respected in your community, whether that's the specific business community that you're in or some broader community. And in some cases, you may be considered larger than life, right? Once you reach this pinnacle level of leadership. So I know this is a quick overview, but it's sort of like the 5 levels of leadership, from position to permission to production to people development, and then pinnacle. And so I wanted to spend some time with an overview of this before I go on to talk about 5 other areas of leadership that I want to explore with you in a little more detail. And then at the end, we can do a Q&A. So the 5 particular areas that I want to focus on as part of this conversation is, as far as leadership is concerned, is take the lead. Have you ever been in a situation where, you know, you walk into a room or you go to attend an event and it appears as though no one's taking the reins, nothing is happening. It appears as though things are in disarray. You know, things were supposed to happen at a certain time and nobody knows what's going on, right? We've all been in that situation. And so a true leader in that situation is going to take the lead. Not that they're overstepping their bounds, but the leader realizes, hey, something needs to happen and it's not happening. So let me step in and take the lead until things are clean, until things are brought to order. Okay. Now, some people may look at this and say, oh, you're trying to take over. A true leader is not going to look at it from that perspective, right? A true leader is going to look at it that there's something happening, something is not happening that should. So let me step in and take the lead and move forward to get something done, and so that we can get this show on the road, as it was originally planned. And so that's one example of taking the lead. Another example is if you're in the leadership position, then you be the leader, in the sense that in many instances, you know, you may be in a leadership role, but someone else may have wanted the position. Okay. Someone else does not think that you know what you're doing, that maybe you were put there because of fill in the blank. You're a woman, you're black, you're this, you're that, right? And that you really don't have what it takes to be a leader. But a true leader is going to take the lead, right? Knows who she is or who he is, right? And will use their skills and abilities to take the lead and make things happen. That person is going to have vision. Now you have to have a vision of this is what I envision the organization to do, right? Put some strategy behind that, right? And some goals behind that, and have clarity as well associated with that. So when you share your vision with those that follow you, you share with clarity, right? You gather some intelligence as part of putting together the strategy and the goals. But when you share that and you're passionate about it, there will be those who will be excited about it, who will buy into the vision, and then work with you to go make it happen. That is the essence of a true leader. That you share the vision, the strategy with clarity, with passion, and with excitement, that others will see your passion, they will buy into it, and then their vision becomes your vision. You can also lead by example as part of this process as well, because as a leader, people will replicate what you do, good, bad, or indifferent. So it is best to lead by example, moving towards your goals as set out by the vision and the strategy. Also, taking the lead means setting the pace, the direction and the destination, right? You're leading, we are going to go somewhere. Where are we going, right? So to articulate what that destination looks like or milestones along the way, and then set the pace and the direction to make sure that we have a team that follows and moves in that direction. And also focus on influence and trust as opposed to control, right? I don't know about you, but almost everybody I know do not like to be controlled, right? And so a leader is going to have the skill of influence, of encouraging, of inspiring, of developing that trust so that the follower, even if the follower may not initially buy into the vision, they may trust the leader, right? And will then move forward as part of the project because of who the leader is. And I want to share with you a quote as we go through this process, and that is this: the real revolutions happen so quietly that most people don't notice until it's over. Meanwhile, those with imagination are changing the world. I'm going to repeat that. The real revolutions happen so quietly that most people don't notice until it's over. Meanwhile, those with imagination are changing the world. So again, as part of that leadership, the vision, imagining imagining, knowing what is, and imagining what can be, and then moving forward quietly, working with your team to make that happen. So that's lead. Another characteristic that I want to share with you is be decisive. I'm sure all of us have been in a situation where, you know, people in charge, you know, they really don't know what they're doing, right? Or they can't make up their mind, right? Or they may make a decision and then or change their mind, and then you know, things start you know, just going way out of getting out of hand, and things are not moving forward as planned, right? In many instances, what cripples a plan, what cripples a project, is the inability for the leader to make a decision. And there are some who may want to get as much information as possible to make the best decision possible. But in many instances, you may not have the luxury of getting as much information as possible. So, but a good leader is going to take the information that they do have, and make the best decision that they can, given the information that they have, and make a decision, and then move forward on it. And we'll understand that you're not going to be right all of the time, and that there will be those who will hold you to account when you're not right. But understand that this is a skill, and that over time, as you continue in your leadership roles, it will become easier for you to be decisive and make the right decisions given the information at the time. But a good leader also understands that because they're not going to always make the right decision, have to be thick-skinned, right? So that when the decision that they make turns out not to be the right one, they can own up to it, have a conversation of, why the decision was made, and then work to make the adjustments necessary to move forward. And so as part of that process, a leader has to be intentional. You have the vision, the strategy, the goals, and then be intentional about making it happen, about ensuring that you have the right followers with the right skills and abilities to work with you and make it happen, to be intentional, to be purposeful, to decide when to act, and also to exhibit temperance as part of the process. No one wants to work with a leader who flies off at the handle every 10 minutes, right? That's not healthy for the organization, etc. So be intentional, be purposeful, decide on when to act. Sometimes you make a decision, no, this is not the right time. And again, experience and wisdom will help in that. Use wisdom. Leadership is fluid and dynamic. And so to be decisive is very difficult sometimes, especially when we're in a rapidly changing environment, right? And one can argue that this year, 2020, is definitely a rapidly changing type of year, environment, etc. And so as part of leadership, to have the skills to be decisive, even when you're in a rapidly changing environment. And so I want to share with you another quote as it relates to leadership. This is by Theodore Roosevelt, okay? It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how strong the man stumbles, or whether doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails by daring greatly. Again, that is a quote by Theodore Roosevelt. So again, if you have the vision, if you're excited about it, if you're purposeful about it, and this is the way to do it, and you have this great team in place, then move forward. You're not always going to succeed, but even when you fail, you tried, and you learned something as a part of that, right? Good leader is going to understand the environment. I want to share with you a story because I think it sort of brings home this particular point about understanding the environment. I worked for IBM for 26 years. And one of my last roles, I was the Chief Technology Officer for IBM Central, East, and West Africa. And I was based in Nairobi, Kenya. And so I remember going to a business meeting with a group of us. We're all leaders in various capacities. I was representing the technical team, and we had a meeting with a high-end customer. Actually, it was the CEO of a bank, one of the largest banks in Kenya. And it was the sales leadership that attended that meeting, the salesperson responsible for that particular bank, for that account, and the technical team. And we were there trying to close a deal. And we were sitting at a conference table and having a conversation. The sales manager, the general sales manager, was trying to close this large multi-million-dollar deal. And you could tell the customer was a little apprehensive about whether or not they wanted to close the deal. So we're having this discussion, right? And then when we had a small break, we were speaking in English, by the way. We had a small break, and then the CEO talked to the sales guy, and he spoke in Swahili, right? Most of the people in the room wasn't paying attention to that, but I was, right? And of course, I did not understand that level of Swahili. So later on, I asked the guy, "What did he say to you?" He said the guy told him, "This deal will never close." But what he said in English to the sales manager was, "Oh yes, we're going to close by the end of the quarter." And so then I tried to, at the end of the meeting, the big guys walking away, they're thinking, okay, we got this deal in the bag, right? But I knew, and the sales guy knew that, no, this is not going to happen. And so, well, it didn't happen. And I tried working with the sales guy to have the conversation with the folks that this deal is not going to happen, and this is why. And why do I bring that up? Because in the Kenyan culture, they do not like confrontation. And so the CEO was not about to tell the guy, this is not going to close. The sales guy, the IBM sales guy, because he did not like confrontation. It's a cultural thing. So the sales guy was not aware of this. He didn't understand the culture. I understood the culture. That's why I asked the guy, because, well, typically, you're not going to break out in another language, unless you don't want the people to know what you're saying, right? So I understood the environment. I understand what was going on. I was paying attention. Unfortunately for the general manager, he just refused to believe, and we did not get that deal. And it never did close, just like the CEO said. So again, as a leader, you have to understand the environment that you're in, whether it's a cultural environment, whatever, fill in the blank, because that's part of the success of moving forward is understanding that the environment that you're in. And whether it's the culture of the organization that you're working with, the region of the country of the world that you're in, et cetera, is very critical to successful leadership if you understand the environment. And also focus on positivity. The glasses, how do we ensure that the glass is half full and more water is being added to the glass? Focus on positivity and foster a positive environment moving forward, because sometimes the attitude that you have can make the difference between success and failure. Another quote: work is enjoyable when you're changing the world, right? And it goes back to having the passion and the vision and understanding as a leader that what you're doing is going to make a difference. Maybe not the world, but maybe so. And so that's why fostering an environment that is enjoyable and that you understand as you move forward in your leadership capacity. Develop people. I think this is key towards good leadership. It's one of the 5 levels of leadership as well, when you develop people. And that development could work in many different instances. For example, I remember I was in a business meeting when I was still working for IBM, and it was an all-day meeting. Lots of technical folks, development folks, as well as management folks, and at the end, and HR, human resources people as well. And at the end of the day, we went out and had a business dinner, and we were just chatting, and somehow the conversation came to patents and intellectual property. And I have, by the way, over 40 pending and issued patents, right? And so at the time of this meeting, I didn't have that many, but quite a few, and understood what the process is. And so as part of the conversation, one of the HR ladies said to me, "Oh, I'll never have a patent." And so I looked at her and I said, "What do you mean?" "Well, you people, you're just so smart. You're coming out with all of these great things." I said, "Well, that has nothing to do with getting a patent." And she said, "What?" I said, "No." I said, you don't understand what it means to get a patent. So I'll tell you what." And she was still being negative. I said, "I'll tell you what." And then there was another one of her colleagues sitting next to her. Now, we were in New York on a business trip. At the time, I lived in Austin, Texas. And the two ladies also lived there, the HR ladies. I said, "When we get back to Austin, let's get together every now and then and just brainstorm, right? See what we come up with." And so that's what we did. Every Friday, we went to a happy hour and we had conversations. Just regular conversations, not, what can we do to change the world? And out of those conversations, it sparked ideas about something that could possibly be an invention, right? The thing is, the ladies were not aware that the conversations were ideas that could potentially be inventions, but I did. So I shared that with them, right? And then we worked on it. We actually went through the IBM internal process to get a patent on a few of the ideas. And one of them actually turned into a patent application. So this woman who sat at this dinner and said, "I'll never get a patent application," was so excited, right? That, and when you get your first patent, IBM sends you this framed copy of the first page, right? So she took a copy of that and sent it to everybody that she knows. She was just so excited that she's an inventor now. And why do I share this with you? Because it's the process of developing people. People who in this case had skills they didn't have, right? But working with them, in this case, having a good time because we were at happy hour, after a week of hard work, and we're having regular conversations that turns into a actual patent, right? So developing, as you can believe, and as part of their process of evaluating people, they now have a skill that they didn't have to help determine who the best person is for a particular role, right? So developing people is critical, and it does not necessarily have to be someone that's part of your team, right? It can be part of the larger team that may be part of the same organization as well. And people are an organization's most important asset, right? So if you don't develop the people, then you are adversely impacting your organization. So it's critical that you develop your team and to bring out the best in a follower, right? I want to share with you another example just in my own professional life that has been very helpful to me. Because I'm an electrical engineer, a computer engineer, that's a sub area of electrical engineering, a PhD in this field, and the first Black woman to earn a PhD in computer engineering. So, and I was about to say much, but most of my career at IBM, there were no people who looked like me. There were some women. And so some of the women took me under their wings and mentored me. And there was one mentoring conversation that I had with one of them that I want to share with you. And it relates to women who go to a conference room, participate in a brainstorming discussion. You may be the only woman there out of 10 or 15 people, or one of two women. You may make a comment and it's ignored. 2 or 3 minutes later, someone else, a male, makes the same comment, and it's wonderful. It's a great idea. The same comment you made, by the way. So how do you handle that? So these wise women, said to me, well, there are two really good options you can pursue to address this. The first one is have a meeting before the meeting with someone who's a friend, right? And you get together with this friend and say, when I speak up, then you back me up, and vice versa, right? So that's one option. The second option is, let's say you're in the meeting, you're having the conversation, and then you have this, what you think is this great idea, you share with everyone, no one says anything, and then 2 minutes later, Joe, more or less articulates the same idea. And what you do is that you wait for Joe to finish, and as soon as he's done, before anyone else says anything, you say to Joe, well, Joe, I am so happy that you just reiterated what I said a couple of minutes ago, because I was beginning to think that, well, maybe I didn't articulate it well, and therefore you didn't understand what I was saying, but Joe, you got it. And you did a good job reiterating it. So thank you very much, Joe, for that. Does anyone else have any questions about what I said a couple of minutes ago and Joe just reiterated? And you'll do that a couple of times, which I did do, and it won't happen again, right? So again, people who mentored me, who worked with me, and we're talking about a skill here that you may not necessarily learn in the classroom, but is every bit as important to have as what you learn in the classroom, right? So develop people. They're the organization's most important asset, and work to bring out the best in them, because then you bring out the best in the team as well as yourself. You leading the team, you will get the recognition for that. And invest in your followers, empower them, do not be a micromanager. If you work to pick the right followers with the right skills and abilities, then empower them to move forward to leverage their abilities. And just check in every now and then to make sure that things are going along as planned, right? So yes, as an effective leader to be to deliver in terms of production, you can be a good leader that produces, right? And that may win games, okay? But when you develop people, you win championships. And okay, so with enough leverage, you can change the world. Okay, this is not a cliche. I view it as a fact. And then a key part of leaders, good leadership, is to know when to transition to leading from behind. It's part of the people development process where you step back and let those that you poured into, shared words of wisdom, selected, etc., move forward and take the lead and then you lead from behind. That requires that you be confident in your followers' abilities. And one way to be confident in their abilities is to invest time in them, spend time with them, working with them, helping them, because we're all going to fail at some things. Allowing them to fail and working with them as, the process of addressing that failure and working to move forward in spite of it. Right. I view it as preparing eagles for a flight and then sending them on their way. And so I sort of want to, I talked about the 5 levels of leadership. I talked about position, permission, production, people development, and pinnacle. I also talked about, taking the lead, and being decisive, understanding the environment that you're in and people development, and then knowing when to transition from behind. And so all of those areas of leadership are important. I know I went through this quickly, but I wanted to share this with you as part of a conversation. So I think I want to stop there and see if anyone has any questions or comments for me. Okay, I'm looking in the chat. It says, why do some leadership skills not transfer? Some folks might be leaders in one field, for example, education, but not be good leaders in their church, etc. That is a good question. Many times, given the example that you have here, you're a leader in a particular field, and then in the church, it's a different environment, right? Understanding the environment. Every environment is different. There are different players. In one particular environment, you may be the expert. In an example, you may be the expert and the education expert, right? And so because you have an established success, you have established yourself as a successful educator, right? Then people will look up to you. They will come to you for advice, as a follow-up, words of wisdom, what did you do to get to this place, etc. Right? Now, assuming that you're not pastor of the church, right, but you're the education expert, and then the church environment is very different. Okay, even the definition of expert, right, from a church perspective, is different. And in many instances, there's a very well-defined structure, process, methodology in the business world that's not necessarily present in a church. And in any entity, in any organization, is the actual leader of that organization that to some extent will determine whether or not you're going to be a leader within that organization, right? And so it could be that there are many reasons why this could be. Intuitively, one can say, if you're a leader, you're going to be a leader no matter where you are. But I would argue that generally that's the case with some exceptions. And the exceptions is the environment that you're in, right? There are some environments where even the best of leaders are just not going to be successful because the one running it is just not going to let it happen, right? And so you have to be able to discern whether or not, and when you go into an environment to lead, whether or not that is the type of environment that is conducive to successful leadership. One of my favorite songs is one that was recorded by Kenny Rogers some time ago, The Gambler, right? The words, you have to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to walk away, and know when to run. And there were some instances where you need to run, right? And wisdom many times determine, when you should stay, when you should leave, etc. All right. The comments about happy hour, yeah, I really like that happy hour, right? And actually, with COVID-19 and many of us doing things via video conferences, I've had quite a few happy hours where we have brainstormed. So that works even in the virtual world, and I encourage you to do it. Any other comments? Okay. Well, I can keep going. I'll keep going. So, have you ever been in a situation where you want to move forward, you have a plan in place, you have followers who are working to make it happen, right? And you have a high-performing team. They came together, they worked very closely together to, create this environment that, you're just a working, high-performing team. You're producing, you're developing, results are favorable, and you have an established track record of making things happen, right? And then someone else is, there's a new kid in town, well, maybe not kid, a new boss who comes in, and they just put a monkey wrench in everything that you've done, okay? And how do you handle that as a leader and as a follower? That's a good question. I think when in situations like this is where experience really helps. One thing you don't do is get emotional, fly off the handle, but step back and think about what is the best approach to handle the situation. And in situations like this, at least initially, communication is key. To sit down and have the conversation with the individual or individuals to say, what is the issue, that you have? Let's see if we can sit down and talk through that and come to a resolution that's amenable for all parties, right? And understanding that as part of that conversation, the people that you're talking to may have their own agenda that may be hidden from you. So, but to keep that in mind. One key ingredient, if you will, to assist in these types of situations or other difficult, complex situations is to have a mentor. Someone who's in a position of power and influence who can make things happen for you and your team, in spite of the new guy who came in and threw a monkey wrench on everything. Typically, the mentor is someone who's been through that process before, maybe at another higher level than you, or the person that came in and threw the monkey wrench. In fact, it would be better if that person was at a higher level, because then they can leverage their influence to address the issue, right? So as a leader, it is always important to have, and they could be peer mentors, people who are going through the same thing. That happened to me a couple of years ago. This is what I did to address the issue, etc. Because of course, the higher you go, the fewer mentors that you're going to have. But that's where I think peer mentorship kicks in to help. Any other questions or comments? I do want to share with you a little bit about, I mentioned that I worked for IBM. I also, right now, once I left IBM, I have my own financial technology startup company. So I'm a startup founder. I have founded Global Mobile Finance Inc., which is a fintech startup company. We have created GRemit, which is a remittance mobile app that is designed to help people who live in the West, like the United States, who send money home to family and friends in emerging countries to help them make ends meet. So we've developed this app. Our initial targeted countries in terms of recipient countries where you send the money are countries in sub-Saharan Africa. And that is because I spent 3 years living in the Middle East and Africa, traveling around the continent of Africa, visiting 22 countries on the continent, many of them several times. And I saw the need for this type of thing. And I do want to say, from a leadership perspective, having a startup company, and all of the complexities that's associated with that, particularly getting funding for those companies, it's been a challenge. So from a leadership perspective, having an understanding of the environment, understanding that environment, and learning how to navigate through the maze of raising funds in this environment requires significant leadership skill. And so I remember as part of the tech startup continuum, I went through incubators, accelerators, which is part of the whole startup ecosystem. And a comment from one angel investor, right, who was working with a team of women startup founders, who more or less said Jeff Bezos pitched to 230 plus potential investors before he got his first yes, right? So essentially over 230 people said no to investing in his early startup company, which is, of course, now Amazon, before there was a final yes. So it takes, it's going to be a journey. In other words, don't get discouraged. If you believe in this, keep going, keep going, keep going. Eventually you'll get to a yes, right? And so that is also part of people development. As a leader, this angel investor worked with us as part of the people development process. Okay, got any leadership questions? I have 4 I threw out. I didn't see the 4. Okay, Mark, I didn't see the 4 questions, so if you can throw them out again so that I could see them in the comments. Okay. One more story I want to share with you, and I think we can wrap this up, right? 1 second.
One of the questions that was asked was, what skill sets do you think a good leader needs?
What skill sets does a good leader need? Definitely patience. And it's a skill to be patient. I'm sure no one would argue with that. Patience, to be a good encourager, right? Because as part of leading any project, there will be obstacles along the way, and some followers may be discouraged, right? I think women have a tendency to be more, I'll say, nourishing and encouraging as part of that process. But patience, being a good encourager, and having the ability to understand the difference between true nuggets that can help move the project forward, versus what's noise, right? So to have clear vision and focus on the ultimate objective. So patience, the ability to encourage, and a true focus on the vision for the project.
And one of the other questions that folks asked was, what leadership books do you think are the best ones out there, both in the traditional terms and in the untraditional terms? So I guess they're asking like the kind of like self-help leadership books, as well as those that might have been somebody that just wrote a book that you would consider a leadership example.
I mentioned John Maxwell, who, any book that he has written, John Maxwell, on leadership is a good book, right? So definitely recommend any book like that. And I am a firm believer in servant leadership, right? So any book on servant leadership, including the Bible, because Jesus is a servant leader, right, is a good book as well.
And then the last question I've seen that's come across the screen was, who do you see as the best leaders in society? So the best leaders in terms of like what's going on in the 21st century, and maybe even going back to last century as well, but some of the folks that you would use as examples of personal leaders.
One leader that comes to mind to me that was just outstanding is Nelson Mandela. It was the last century, right? But, I think he wrote the book on leadership, in spite of all of the hardships that he went through in his life. Yeah, he was focused. Even when he spent 27 plus years in prison, focused on his objective, which he ultimately achieved, right? The freedom of his people when he essentially became the president of South Africa, right? So to me, Nelson Mandela is a truly a good leader. And in this country, leader, everyone thinks of Abraham Lincoln, right? Certainly, he had some leadership skills, including bringing together even the people that were his enemies to come together at the table and have a conversation.
Yeah, and then this is just a question from me and everything, but I know a lot of times in education, a lot of our education schools and our higher ed oftentimes try to teach leadership courses. So do you think that that's the best approach for those that want to be leaders, to learn it in the academic setting, to learn it in the school of hard knocks, or how would you think is the best ways to learn these leadership skills that you've been talking about? So like I said, I know a lot of times folks are wanting to know how they can become leaders. So what are the best ways that you think are the training for good leaders?
I think that the academic programs could be a good foundation, right? But unless you're in the trenches and have that experience, it's just an intellectual exercise. So yes, academic courses on leadership are a good foundational. It's a good foundation. It's a good start, if you will. But working as a leader, in conjunction with having good mentors to provide guidance and direction, I think is the best combination.
Sounds great. And I know one of the questions that Eric is always curious about is why did you personally get involved with the Black Business Expo? And what do you think the future of the Black Business Expo is as we continue to move into the 21st century with this platform that Eric has helped to create, or actually has done the creation along with his family and everything?
Well, I'm a firm believer in giving back and helping, right? And so any opportunity that I can to pour into, to share, to encourage, based upon my experiences, to help move forward, the plight of Black business owners. I'm all in. So that's the reason why I'm doing it. That's the main reason. The second reason is because Eric asked me, and I said yes. Yes.
Sounds like a great reason and everything.
Yes.
So I'm gonna definitely reach out to him, and I think he's gonna be coming in shortly to bring in our next guest and everything. But if you want to share that leadership example that you have, I'm sure that we would love to hear that, because you said you had one more story that you wanted to share from your experiences, I think, with IBM. So if you want to bring that last experience in, and then we'll have Eric come up very shortly after that experience.
Okay, so it is a leadership example, yes, I think, but it's something broader than that. It speaks to understanding who you are, right? It speaks to having, because as part of leadership, you have to have confidence and competent, right? You don't want to be in a leadership role where you're incompetent, because it's going to show. So as part of the process of being competent and confident, you are going to travel into some circles where people just don't believe that you have the skills and abilities, right? And in those situations, it's important that you know that you have them and that you are competent and confident in your abilities. So this particular example relates to that, not necessarily for leadership, although that is important, but from the broader perspective of knowing who you are and having competence and confidence in who you are. So when I was a graduate student, I walked into a lab, 4 graduate students at my school, and I went in and I sat down at a computer and I started working. And the lab assistant came to me and he said to me, I believe you're in the wrong place. And I was like, no, I'm not. I'm in the right place, right? And he said, no, you're in the wrong place. So, we went back and forth a few rounds, right? Now, of course, I knew I was in the right place. And that person was mistaken, right? And so he began to ask me questions and discovered that more or less I outranked him. And then he began to get a little nervous because he knew that if I complained about this conversation, that it would adversely impact him. So we went, and so he tried to walk it back, and he eventually apologized to me. And by the way, I'm sitting down, he's standing up, right? So he's in this power position. But I knew that I was in the right place. So he eventually apologized to me. And what I said to him was, that's okay this time. But the next time someone who looks like me walks into this lab, don't be so sure of yourself. And then there's one more that I want to share that kind of brings this point home. When I first arrived on this campus, and I was having conversations with professors to see who would make up my thesis committee, I scheduled a meeting with this one professor. So, went to his office, he closed the door, sat down, and he said to me, this is my first day on campus. He says to me, I don't think you're going to make it here. But since you came with an outside fellowship, we'll take the money. So I looked at him and I smiled and I said, oh, you don't know who you're talking to. In my mind, right? I'm Gloria Dean Johnson's daughter. Before I leave this place, I'm going to make a believer out of you. But I also said, this person is probably not the right person to be on my thesis committee. So, fast forward a couple of years later, when I had my thesis defense, this guy who was not on my committee, he did come from my defense, and my family was there in the back, right, showing support. And so I passed. And after the event, I was walking around on campus, showing, giving my family members a tour of the campus. And I ran into this guy. And he said, oh, you were so good. He said, I don't even have to ask you if your committee passed you. They would have been a fool not to. And I said, thank you. But of course, in my mind, I said, mission accomplished, because, 4 years earlier, I was going to make a believer out of him, and I did. Being competent and confident will go a long way in terms of leadership and many other aspects of your lives. And that's what I want to leave you with.
And a great job, great job, great job, Dr. Johnson.
Thank you.
Great job. We loved every moment of it. We look forward to all the great things you continue to do. I wanted you to talk a little bit about the Africa project that you're working on with the credit card, or with sending the money. Do you have time to kind of go in detail about that project, and in terms of what you're looking for and the types of people that you would like to be involved in this project? And I want to give you probably about, I guess, maybe 10 minutes to talk about it, if that's possible. I don't know if 10 minutes is too long or too short, but I think one of the reasons that I asked you to come, even though I'm glad the subject matter was leadership, I really want you to talk about this project. I think it's a phenomenal project. I think you are amazing in what you do, and I think sometimes we as African Americans, we don't take the time and let our voices really be shared. So if you could do that, that would be great.
Okay, all right. I want to give you some background first, and then can go forward with talking about the project. So I traveled to Africa, the continent of Africa, the country of Ghana, for the first time in 2007. And I visited a slave castle. And during my tour of the slave castle, there's a plaque when you first walk into the castle that, I'm paraphrasing here, more or less says, to all those who enter, may we never repeat the horrors of this, of what was experienced here. And for those who are descendants of those who went through this place, may you come back to help rebuild the continent. And so as I toured this castle, and I went through the door of no return, and I stood on a ledge looking out over the Atlantic Ocean, it was clear to me that I'm one of those to come back to work collaboratively with those on the continent to help drive the continent, rebuild the continent, to improve the overall quality of life for the billions living on the continent. And technology is a major driver of economies around the world, including economies for countries in sub-Saharan Africa. So then I began to look for opportunities to do that using my technology skills. And that's how I ended up living in the Middle East, Dubai, for a couple of years, and then Nairobi, Kenya for a year. So in that 3-year period, I traveled throughout the continent of Africa, met with technology and other C-level executives that were IBM customers all over the continent. And it became clear to me that there was a critical need for people with deep technology skills like mine to help work with those on the ground to rebuild the continent. And so I began to think about, how can I best do that and live in the United States? And so after my tenure there was up and I came back here, I initially started a company. It's a consulting company, which I still have, to be a consultant, technology expert, to talk to the IBMs of the world on behalf of the C-level executives of companies all over the continent, to ensure that from a technical perspective, they were getting the right level of services and products that they needed. And so while there was a need for that, most of the contacts that I had were not willing to pay for that service. And so that's why I pivoted to thinking about, well, how else can I help rebuild, improve the quality of lives of the people there from this side? And then I thought about the fact that when I would come home during breaks during that 3-year period living internationally, the difficulty that I had in sending money to that part of the world, remittances. And also when I lived in Nairobi, I used mobile money, which is a financial account that's associated with a mobile phone service, a telephone number, and not a bank, right? And in many of the countries, not only in sub-Saharan Africa, but emerging countries around the world, is cash-based because most of the citizens just don't have bank accounts or credit cards. So, but they have mobile phones. So the mobile telephone services created these financial accounts. They're similar to bank accounts, but they're backed by mobile telephone service providers. So I kind of put those two together, remittances and having the funds deposited directly into mobile money accounts as opposed to having the recipient go to a pickup location. So that's sort of the foundation behind global mobile finance. We have developed this mobile app, remittance mobile app called GRemit, that enables those to send money from the West, the United States initially, to countries in sub-Saharan Africa. The funds are deposited into the mobile money accounts. The fees are less than, let's say, Western Union. It's fast, it's convenient, it's safe. But in addition to that, we provide additional value on top of just the raw transfer of funds. We are working to integrate remittance with social benefit. What do I mean by that? Well, we have developed this innovative technology that I call lightweight personalized analytics, and I have 7 patents pending on this, that will conduct analytics on the data we collect from the customer with their permission, and then use that to get insights and make suggestions for additional remittances that may have a social benefit. For example, we may suggest that the customer creates a separate bank account that the customer, in our case, the sender, controls, so that any future remittances, a percentage of the fee to transfer the money is placed into this separate account, bank account. And this enables the sender over time to save money to help the recipient, maybe to pay for their education, to start a business, etc. So that's one aspect of it. We also will enable the sender, instead of having a separate account, in addition to also donate a percentage of the fee to a charitable organization that's local in the recipient country or local to the recipient's location. And that charitable organization could be focused on education, helping women, small business owners, medical procedures, etc. So this is a way to not only, send money home to help family members and friends, but to also help the greater community, either in the recipient country or local. And so it's called GRemit. It's a remittance mobile app. The app has been developed. We are going to have a pilot of this app early next year. My company has obtained a license for GRemit in the state of Georgia. So the pilot will be focused on senders who live in Georgia, primarily the Atlanta area, who send money home to Kenya. That's the country we're just going to test this out as far as the pilot. And Kenya, of course, because I live there, I have more contacts there, I'm more familiar with that country. But we will quickly, after the pilot, increase the number of recipient countries and the number of states in which we have licenses here in the United States. And that's how we plan to grow the business. And one last thing I actually do, for those of you who are really interested, I have equity crowdfunding campaign that's currently underway. So for those of you who are interested in investing in my company, Global Mobile Finance, I am going to put the link, if I can, in the comment section. And then you can reach out to me and I can give you information on how to invest in global mobile finance. So that's sort of my overview, Eric.
Great job, great job. We will get back with you. I saw your email, and so I'm looking forward to having more conversations with you. Thank you so very much for that. And surely we will put that across the bottom as our other speakers are speaking. And I will make sure that we do all we can to help you complete your mission.
Okay, thank you. It's been a pleasure.
And thank you so very much. And as we continue today, we want to thank all of our sponsors. We want to thank our sponsors today from helping us with the Black Business Expo, the Black Business Olympics. One sponsor would be the Durham Sheriff's Department. Of course, another sponsor would be Step Management, a program management company out of Raleigh, North Carolina. And then, of course, we'd like to also thank the Expert Maker. We also like to thank Creative Force Studios. And we definitely would like to thank Mark Lee Enterprises, an enterprise that has been making things happen for people all over the country as he promotes and, of course, as he puts on programming for businesses and for people to let their voices be heard. We also want to thank IBM TV, the platform that we're utilizing, smart television, a platform that reaches some 222 countries as we continue to put that information all across the world. And I also want to thank Facebook. Yes, indeed, they didn't shut us down, so we want to thank them for allowing the Black businesses to share their voices across the airways. We also like to thank Every Black for providing the mastermind group in the evenings. I want to thank them for the great job that they did, and thank all of the people who have been in the background. I'm not going to begin to call names because if I begin to call names, I'm probably going to forget somebody, and they're going to say, Eric, you forgot my name. So I want to thank the Expo team. It's not over, but I want to thank the Expo team and all the participants. I want to thank all of the speakers. I want to thank Fran Harris. I want to thank Dr. George Frazier. I want to thank so many more speakers. And at the end of this broadcast today, or better yet, the end of the broadcast on tomorrow, I will be doing a personal thank you to all of the speakers. I want to tell you right now, thank everybody for listening in as we turn you on. And we're going to bring up our next guest, who is Latasha Best-Gaddy. Hey, Latasha, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Eric. How are you?
Pretty good. You look so beautiful on the screen. You agree? And of course, that's the inside joke for both of us. Thank you so very much, and enjoy your presentation.
All right, thank you. Hello, everyone, and welcome to another presentation by me. Today, we're going to be talking about that side hustle and main hustle. So really getting into it. So we're going to start the PowerPoint, so hopefully everybody can see it. So as always, we want to thank Black Business Expo USA for this wonderful Olympic virtual business expo that has been happening all week. And thank all of you for just tuning in and staying connected. I know that you're getting some great information. I've had the opportunity to spend some time with Dr. Johnson, who was your previous speaker, and a phenomenal person. Just several life lessons, but also several professional lessons, and then even future of where she's going with what I call fintech, which is the financial technology, which is what she's able to do, and do it not only on a U.S. but on a global level. So just shout out to Dr. Johnson and for all that she's done and the trail that she's definitely have created for all of us. So, of course, as I said, today we're talking about the side hustle and the main hustle of a business. And so really kind of thinking about it. And in terms of, I bet you're wondering, like, well, what is the side hustle and the main hustle? Well, I'll share a little bit about that today. Just as always, give you a little bit about me. Once again, my name is Latasha Best Gaddy, and I am the Chief Strategist of Infinity Bridges Incorporated. What I like to say is my most pride and joy is that I am the mother of 2 teenage entrepreneurs. So I'm a mompreneur and a mom manager, all in the same thing, as well as owning and operating my own businesses. So let's get into it. So when you're thinking about a side hustle and a main hustle, what do you typically think about? So side hustle is typically something people always think, oh, well, it may be the street vendor at the corner. It could be a variety of things. Well, it definitely can. Side hustle is, you're doing this on a part-time basis. You may do this only as a weekend. This is not a permanent gig. However, it does generate income. Because at the end of the day, I'm talking about for-profit businesses and businesses that are looking to make a difference. So whether you're, and I have to say this because I love side hustles. I love my side hustle people and I love supporting them just because they're so creative. And so that's the one thing I love about side hustle is that's where the creativity comes. So whether you're selling, dinner plates, fish, chicken, hot dogs, hamburgers, whatever on a corner. I've seen people would set up a t-shirt. I call it the t-shirt man or the t-shirt vendor. I've seen so many since, of course, all of the Black Lives Matter, all as we honor George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and so many that have lost their lives, due to violence among police officers. But even football games and different events. I mean, even if you have a saying, I've seen people make shirts and put those sayings on shirts. So all of those things can be great side hustles. So just keep in mind that side hustle doesn't necessarily mean that you're really not making, money. And we'll talk about a whole lot of different ideas. So if you don't even think, well, do I have a side hustle? I bet everybody has a side hustle. And so one of the things I want to encourage you is, and especially now while we're amid COVID, everybody should have a side hustle. I'm not saying give up your main hustle or your full-time opportunity, but definitely you should have a side hustle. And I'll tell you why. First of all, side hustles are part-time operations, right? So you do it at your leisure, at your schedule. Second of all, these are different like freelance opportunities, freelance services. These are either home-based or remote-based businesses. These can be online or e-commerce, or once again, these can be pop-up shops where you just pop up at a particular location at a particular time and you're selling it. And when you're finished, you may pop up at another location. That's the beauty of a side hustle. The other thing about a side hustle, once again, is it allows for creativity. When an entrepreneur, typically people go in entrepreneurship, typically sometimes out of necessity, meaning, hey, I need to be able to earn some money, or out of passion, which is, you know what, I have something that I want to offer. Regardless of what it is, you have some type of hustle, and that's what we're going to talk about today. Now, if you're not sure and you're like, okay, well, I need some ideas of what kind of hustle that I need. So then there's a book, Side Hustle, From Idea to Income in 27 Days. So here's an example, and we'll talk about some other examples today in our presentation as well. Now, I don't want to leave out the people who are doing their business on a full-time. I call that the main hustle because that's what you're doing as your primary source of income. So this is your full-time operation. You may operate in diverse locations. You may have a standalone retail space, or you may have a specific office. It doesn't matter. And typically, you have filed your legal structure and you're following the tax guidelines. So there is a little bit more formality to a main hustle than it may have been in a side hustle. So for you, one of the great resources I actually like today, and there's probably some more out there, but it is The Art of the Start 2.0 by Guy Kawasaki. And he goes into really putting together your pitch, putting together your plan, putting your financials, and all of those things together. So regardless of whether you're doing a main hustle or a side hustle, at the end of the day, it's all a hustle, and we want to be able to give you the tools and resources to be successful. So now let's talk about ideas, because regardless, like I said, whether you're doing a side hustle or a main hustle, it all starts with what are you good at? So if you're good with numbers, it could be, we're coming up on tax season. I used to tell I don't claim to be an accountant or a bookkeeper. However, I do taxes for only family and friends only. And so they always laugh at me because I said, I'm your bootleg tax preparer. So that's my side hustle. But now I do have a main hustle, but it's different. I don't do taxes for everybody. However, for a few friends and family, I've got my bootleg tax service, but I'm good with numbers. If you're good with outside, where you may want to be able to do lawn care services, you can do other handyman services, whatever is good with you. You may can fix automobiles. I've seen someone where they did a mobile auto business where they're a mechanic. And so what they do is they have all the tools, everything they need in their vehicle, and they will come to you and fix your vehicle. So now, once again, it's about creativity. We are no longer in the day and age where a business has to follow a specific rubrics or a specific method. It's however you can do it. If you think about it, personal trainer, if you're in the fitness, if you're in the health, think in terms of what you can provide to someone. Now we've got personal trainers. You can subscribe to their videos. You can subscribe to their YouTube channels, their Instagram, and watch, and then they can walk you through the process. So it doesn't necessarily mean a face-to-face contact. It can now mean a virtual contact. I mean, even in the medical field, now we are seeing doctors on a virtual space. So what you've got to do is, one, figure out what your skills, talents, and abilities are. And then how can you take that and turn that into a business idea? So once again, I like to call this is hustle for anybody, whether it's a side or a main hustle. And a lot of times, if you are really passionate about it and you get into it, most of the times those side hustles end up being your main hustle anyway, because you're doing something that comes natural to you and you enjoy it. So here's some additional examples. If you enjoy cooking, if you enjoy, you could be a caterer, you could be a personal chef. I've even seen during COVID, people post videos of how to make certain dishes and being able to have people subscribe or pay a subscription fee. So once again, it's not about, oh, I have to do a business in this particular way. I have to go to the people. In the end of the day, people can come to you. And that's what we're seeing during COVID. A lot of people are talking about all the negative impacts of COVID during this year. And I want to even share the positive impacts. I've seen so many people really create that side hustle just because of the nature of what they had to do. They've either lost a job or became unemployed, or they're underemployed and they needed income. So once again, whether they turn to business ownership, side hustle, creating that side hustle. So these are just some examples of side hustle, main hustle ideas. However, it is about what you have the knowledge, skills, and abilities to do. So I want to encourage you to think about, what are you good at? What do you enjoy doing? And then how can you turn that into a hustle? And once again, I always tell people, start out as your side hustle. And then if your side hustle is making more than your employment, then guess what? You transition. But if it's not, you can definitely do both. So now we're going to just make the assumption that you have what you're going to do. All right. So you have what kind of hustle. And I'm going to give an example. I think I've mentioned, everybody should know this by now, but I told you my most pride and joy are my two teenagers. They are entrepreneurs. So I'm going to talk about one of my teenagers. So I have a now 18-year-old, but at the age of 14, he wanted as his birthday gift DJ equipment. He was asking for DJ equipment really at probably about age 10, but we really invested into him in about age 14. And so first thing we had to come up with was a DJ name, right? So you had to think about. So the first thing, so now he's got his hustle. So his hustle is being a DJ, a disc jockey, providing music at events. And we're going to talk about even now since COVID, he's able to provide music online. He's done Zoom parties. He's done all these other kind of creative things. However, now the first thing you had to come up with was a business name. So when you're thinking about a business name, you got to think about, does it describe what you're providing? So does it describe that product or service that you're providing? Does it have a meaning to you? And is it already taken? Is somebody using it? Because you can't infringe on someone else's name. So let me say that again. Do not infringe on someone else's name. So you can't come out with Coca-Cola, right? You can't come out with McDonald's. If you ever saw the movie Coming to America, I think it was, they had McDonald's and McDowell's, right? So one had golden arches and the other one had, I think it was like the yellow arches, whatever. So keep in mind that you cannot infringe on anyone else's idea, name, and those kind of things. So you do want to do some searches. So in order to do that, here's some simple steps to do searches. First and foremost, you do what we call a trademark search. You do that through the United States Patent and Trademark Office. And just real simple is uspto.gov. When you go there, you can just do a search across all mediums, and all of this is free. So it's free to search because you just want to make sure that you can own your name across all platforms. Second, you want to do a state search. So I have North Carolina just because I'm in North Carolina. If you're in another state, go to your Secretary of State's office and you'll be able to do a state search. Also with especially North Carolina will also allow you to do a search whether the business is operated in one of their legal structures or an assumed name. So that is really key. Those are two searches on that particular site. So you want to make sure that you're doing both. The third search that you want to do is, I call it an internet search. So, everybody is familiar with Google and everybody will say, go Google me, right? So Google it is what I'm going to tell you. However, in addition to Google, there's Bing, MS Explorer, and other internet search providers. So search that name. And once again, let me tell you what you're looking for. You're looking to see if anyone else is using the name the exact same way that you want your name, the exact same spelling. Because if so, then you want to be mindful of not to have it. Now, if you want to change it up and say, if you want to do something, and because you're in North Carolina, add NC to it, and no one else is using that, fine. Or if you want to just change up something else to it, fine. But you're just making sure that you're not infringing on someone else's name. The fourth and final way to search is social media. Because at some point you want to have that name and post that business on social media, whether it's side hustle or main hustle. So you want to be able to make sure that that name is not currently taken on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, or Pinterest. So being able to do that. So business name search is really important. Now, let's talk about legal structures. And I bet you think, oh, well, I don't need a legal structure for a side hustle. By default, so just letting you know, whether you do any of this that I say or not, by default, when you have a good or service and you sell it for $1, a penny, anything, guess what? You are a sole proprietor. Let me give you an example. I have a daughter. So I have a son and a daughter. That's all you're going to hear about as far as my two children. My daughter decided when all of this slime was in, she decided that there was a need for her to make slime, take it to school, and sell it. So I was wondering where all my little Tupperware containers were going. And so what she was doing was making slime at home, put it in a container, taking it to school, and selling it for whether it was 50 cents, a dollar, a cent, whatever it was. She was selling. Guess what? She was operating as a side hustle, sole proprietor. So when it's owned and operated by one person for a profit, okay, whether you file a certificate of assumed name, whether you file taxes, whether you do anything, you are by default operating as a, I will say, because you are operating as a sole proprietor, why not take advantage of some of the tax benefits? So by doing that, then go ahead and make sure you file that certificate of assumed name, typically with the local register of deeds or with your Secretary of States, depending on where you at. Once again, I'm in North Carolina. For North Carolina, the process currently, because it's going to change probably in 2022, is to file that certificate of assumed name with your register of deeds. It costs less than $30 here in North Carolina. So it's $26 in North Carolina. Other states is probably even nominal a fee. Now, the reason why I say this is important is because then file that income on your taxes, because guess what? You also get to file all of those expenses and those deductions. So guess what? For a home-based business, you can write off a portion of your rent, your mortgage, your utilities. So you want to take advantage of the right hustle. So, when you're talking about a side hustle, it's not just the money you make, it's also the money that you've invested, the expenses. So you want to have an even, you want to make sure that you take advantage of the tax benefits as well. Now, say two people come and decide, you know what, we want to come together and we want to make a shirt business. And then in this, so now we are, but we still want to be, you know, we still want to just be a general partnership by default, just like sole proprietor is just one or more person. By default, if you and a buddy came together, a friend or someone or a family member came together to just start a business, and all you did was buy the product or provide the service for a dollar or two, whatever the price is, then guess what? By default, you're a general partnership. Okay? Just by default, you didn't even do anything but said, you know what? I wanted to be in business. We did something, right? So you either purchased the product, you provided a service, you charged a fee, you're in business. You provided a name, as we said, a name, you're in business. So two or more people who jointly own and operate the business is a general partnership. This is another form of side hustle that people don't think about. So now it's you. I would also encourage you to do a little formalized, but it's up to you. I always say have a partnership agreement. This is the thing. While me and my buddy may be in great friends now, sometimes they say friends and money don't mix, or friends and family and money don't mix. Guess what? You want to then have an agreement. And the agreement will just simply state how will issues be resolved, how money will be, how profit will be distributed. In the event that one of you don't want to do the business or something happens, how will the business continue on, or will it close? I will encourage you also to do a certificate of assumed name with your DBA with your local register of deeds. Once again, if you're outside the state of North Carolina, you will be able to do that probably through your North Carolina Secretary of State. So now that's your side hustle. Let's talk about a little bit about the main hustle. So main hustle again is I'm doing this full time. I'm all in. I call it you betting in on yourself. That's what I do. My main hustle, I'm going all in on me. I figure if I'm going to sink or swim, it might as well be on me, right? So there's two ways or opportunities to really do your main hustle from a legal structure perspective. So we're just talking about the legal structures of a business. First is a corporation. Your business can be formed as an S or C corp, and those are tax considerations. So you'll be need to get with your accountant or CPA or bookkeeper or someone to kind of help advise you on that. This is a legal formation of a business. So if you're really thinking about it, you're so the cost of it may be a little bit more for this formation. You do have this is really considered a separate entity, meaning this is separate than you're creating. I like to kind of consider this as like corporation and limited liability company is sort of like that business birth certificate, right? So this is saying the business is now an official legal entity. It is liable to the business only. Typically, in a corporation, you do need to have a board of directors. You actually have to have at least two positions: your secretary and your president. So, secretary needs to be someone other than yourself, and the president board as well as the treasurer can be yourself. So um, and then it doesn't mean that the secretary has ownership in the business. It's just this is part of the formation. You do file your articles of incorporation with your Secretary of State. Once again, for North Carolina, is the Secretary of State. Uh, the next type of main hustle is limited liability company. This is more common. We do see more businesses filing this. This is a uh, legal entity separated from the personal as well. You can be a member, you can be a single member LLC, meaning only you, and you can be the member and the organizer, meaning you formed it and you are actively involved in the company. Uh, it does have the option where you can be taxed as an S corp. Once again, saving as tax breaks, and then the liability is only limited to based upon what you've invested. So that's really key. And then you do file your articles of organization with the Secretary of State's office. So these are your primary types of legal structures for business. Once again, whether you're operating as a side hustle or a main hustle, you want to definitely take note of that. Uh, these are very specific to North Carolina, but as I mentioned before, for sole proprietorship and general partnership, the cost in North Carolina is $26. For a corporation, limited liability company, I didn't talk about a nonprofit, but if you're also forming a nonprofit in North Carolina, the cost of formation is $125. For a corporation, there's an annual fee of $25 each year. For an LLC, the annual fee is $200 per year. Now, the second thing that is very important is that you make sure that business has an employer identification number. You get that through the Internal Revenue Service, IRS. Its cost is free. You actually can get it real time once you do file the document. So first you get your legal structure, whichever it is, and then two, you then file for an EIN. You can get an EIN for your side hustle. Let me say that again. You can get an EIN for your side hustle. And I actually prefer it because otherwise everything falls under your social security number. And so you do want to make sure you get an EIN for that side hustle. Next, with any side hustle, you need a business bank account. And so whether it's a side hustle or a main hustle, regardless, you need a business bank account. Here are some options. You can go with the large financial institutions such as your Wells Fargo, Bank of America, Chase, Fifth Third, and so forth. Or you can go with any of the local community financial institutions. I did pick local to North Carolina, so that's First Citizens Bank. M&F is a minority serving financial institution, or Coastal Federal Credit Union. Some people like credit unions. And then as Dr. Johnson was talking about, even though hers is more international, there are some really great fintech companies. So Alzo has a business bank account that has some really great low fees and things of that nature. PayPal, Square, a lot of people use some of those business services for their business, especially if you're doing online sales or if you're doing pop-up shops. A lot of people like using Square and some of their products. So keep in mind, it really doesn't matter which one. The only thing I would just say is keep business and personal separate. No matter whether you're doing side hustle or main hustle, the hustle needs to be separate from the personal. That's all I'll say in terms of that. The next thing is the business accounting system, right? So making sure you have some type of system or something that you're going to keep up with how well you're doing. Because how are you going to know if you need to really transition that side hustle to a main hustle if you don't know how much you really doing? So being able to if anybody has heard any of my presentations before, you'll know I am not a fan of shoebox, right? So I'm not a fan of taking receipts and having paper and having them in a box. I actually had some paper in a box this because I was cleaning up and there was actually and I couldn't do it. I was like, nope, we got to remove this. I will say, if you have paper, receipts, and those kind of things, scan it. Keep it on some type of electronic system, whether it's a thumb drive, whether it's a cloud-based drive, whether it is your computer, but please scan it. Because once again, the ink on the paper can dry up, you can get it wet, damaged, whatever. So if you had it already in some type of cloud-based system, then that's going to definitely be better for you. Now, if you so one, keeping all your documents in some form of a cloud base. Two, if you can, use something like either Excel or Google Sheets. Also, if you are wanting to be a lot more advanced, you can use QuickBooks, Wave Accounting, Xero, Zoho Books, FreshBooks Accounting, or any other industry specific software. Once again, some of those fintech companies have some really great reports that their systems do. I would say this, at the end of the day, you want to have some type of system that's going to report the income that's being generated and the expenses, and to let you know if you got a net profit or a net loss. So at the end of the day, you want to be able to have reports or financial documents for your business. And once again, it does not matter if it's a side hustle or a main hustle. You need to keep up with what you're doing. Now, business insurance. I will say this. Business insurance is mainly for main hustle, okay? Typically, side hustle businesses do
Okay, fine. I can't. That is what we can do what we're supposed to do. Come on, man. One way and that's how to get the one right here. And how you doing? And welcome to the Black Business Expo as we can continue the expo. And of course, you're going to have some technical difficulties, and those technical difficulties make us go on and on and on. Now, before I was talking to you about the things that are going on with the expo this year, I will make sure that I continue to give you information that's going to change your life. Today, as we look at today's show, there are a lot of things that have been going on, and right now, I said I would give a information about some of our speakers, and I'll just think out what I'm going to do at this particular point until our guests can get back on. We're going to talk about the different speakers that we've had. We had diversity and inclusion by Pamela Gales. We had the ABCs of starting your business by none other than Latasha Besgatti. And then, of course, what's the perfect pitch by the founder of Perfect Pitches, Precious Williams, and then Richard Moore of Richard Moore and Associates. Then, of course, our first lead out was George Frazier, who talked about building Black wealth. And then following him was Too Much TV, and Too Much TV was definitely a great, energetic opportunity to talk about streaming. And then, of course, we followed that with North Carolina business leader, Vicky, North Carolina Business Council, Vicky Parker High. And then, of course, after him was Antonio McHoward of McHoward Enterprises. And then after him was Irvin Allen, Michelle McKinney of Third Degree. And then our mastermind was followed by that, which was Jimmy Davis of the Mastermind Group. Then on Tuesday, we had another round. We started out with Henry McCoy. Then, of course, another one of our fantastic speakers, Fran Harris, followed by Kimberly McLean of the Creative Force Agency. And then followed by Donald Thompson of West Walk, who did an outstanding job. And then Tanya Armstrong, who talked about mental wealth and strategies for Black entrepreneurs during COVID. And then how to develop and survive during COVID was done by Letitia Nicole. And she was a COVID survivor. She talked about her teas and those kinds of things. And hopefully you will have gotten her information and you can get some of her supply. And then the financial win strategist, Kim Wimborne, after which we had another lady about Patricia Chris. Then Michelle Keaton-Barrow, which was that one-on-one that we did. And then Mary Williams Stover, followed by Lou Fields. And Lou talked about resumes buying Black and Thursday. And the mastermind group was held by Mia Lamont. That was our first set of first 2 days. And we're in day 5. And with day 5 going on, we also had the State of Black Business by none other than Dominique Hart. And then Shavannah Moore, who spoke at the 9 o'clock hour. And then, of course, Stan Anderson, who spoke about imagination in business. Our social media planning was also done by Dominique Hart. And again, this was Wednesday, and it was led by George Frazier, who talked about networking in the 21st century. And then, of course, followed by Killer Faye McCoy, who talked about mindfulness in business. Then, of course, Dolores Williams came to us, and she talked about Divine Connections, her magazine. And then it followed the 4th Industrial Revolution by Renee Daughtry of Asymmetry. And following him was Maxine McCoy. And then, of course, the very brave show called Sister Talk. Then followed by Maxine McCoy. And then, of course, our mastermind group talked about the mastermind as a mastermind. And that was Monday through Wednesday. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to come back on to you guys, and we'll talk about the Thursday through Friday as we're getting ready to bring her up. We want to bring her back up, going into a conversation with Latisha Besgatti. You know, as her computer went down, we were talking about the other speakers that we were having all week. And while we wait on her, we're going to talk about some of the other speakers. On Thursday morning, we had the HUD office, Tammy Hall, followed by Speak and Make Millions by Fran Harris. And of course, Deborah Giles, the director of the City of Durham Equity and Inclusion. and then certification contracts by Letitia Besgatti, followed by Roz Miller, the expert maker. And then business and trauma analytics, right? Jason Mahoney. And then LaShawn Harley came behind him with the introduction to financials. Diversity inclusion, first diversity inclusion was dealt by diversity inclusion was handled um, by LaShawn, excuse me, by Pamela Gales. And right now we're gonna bring back up Latasha, excuse me, Besgatti.
I'll tell you what's going on in a second once you see what's going on. All right.
Can we bring her up?
That's what I'm saying. She's not up. I'm trying to bring you down and bring the video up. That 5-minute video just to kill us some time until she just dropped. I don't know. I haven't seen her at all. So I'm just going to bring the video of that time.
Okay, we're gonna go to the video. I am Black Business. And Mark, you can take me off the screen.
From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today. at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake to the time I sleep, I am Black Business. Boy, I tell you, we had a great run the last couple of days, but today it's another day. And our next guest is Dr. Dennis Rogers. Good morning, Dr. Rogers.
Dr. Eric Kelly.
Welcome back, my brother. Welcome back. We know you've been on the journey. You've been making it happen. And we like to say thank you for being on this morning. We know you have some very insightful information to give us. And we look forward to what you're going to do. And thank you so very much. And I'll talk to you on the other side.
Sounds good. Good morning, everyone. How are you out there? And if you're watching this on delayed broadcast because it's being recorded, I want to thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to take in a little information. So my name again is Dr. Dennis Rogers, doing my camera adjustments and all that other good stuff. And Dr. Kelly asked me to present on venture capital and equity. And I wanted to come on as a disclaimer and say that I do not manage a venture capital firm. I'm not a venture capitalist. I have had close interaction. I'll describe that with you in the process of my presentation. But why me? Why me to present on this subject matter? And I have a 9-point outline for my presentation that I'll jump into, but it begins why me, the history of VCs, what is a VC, the Shark Tank example, where are the VCs on the national, state, and city, Durham, local level? What do VCs want? Where the money comes from? What are the entrepreneurs' quality what are the qualities that VCs look to invest in when they invest in an entrepreneur? And number 9, secrets of successful venture capitalist firms. I'll start the story in 1999 when I was in Washington, D.C. I had an opportunity to go to Congressional Black Caucus weekend, and I met a gentleman by the name of Darian Dash. Most of you may be familiar with Dame Dash, who was Jay-Z's business partner. Well, Damian Dash was his first cousin. And when Dame asked Darian to come into the hip hop business with them, Darian instead said, I'm going to go into the tech business. Tech is bigger than hip hop, or something along those lines. Nonetheless, at this presentation, I approached him. We had a conversation. We got on the phone. I went up to visit with him in Inglewood, New Jersey, with a business associate who asked me to ask for stock options, and we had a discussion. In the discussion, it became clear he was a fast tracker. He was on Clinton's closing the gap in the digital divide forum that was taking place at the White House during those years that I met him, and with stock options and some business for him in the process, see how venture capital firms work up close. So he was going for a second round of funding. The name of his company at the time was very controversial, Digital Mafia. And the Digital Mafia was about going into the digital space with a mafia-like mentality. Suffice it to say, he was funded by AOL Steve Case of American Online, who was also funded by venture capital firms, invested funding for his second round of funding with with Digital Mafia Enterprises. So I provide him again some strategic business intelligence we can talk about offline for clients who are interested in mine. Well, I'll give you one insight. I introduced him to, back then, Ben Jealous. Ben Jealous, who now is president of People for the American Way, was president of the NAACP for years, also worked with tech firms out on the West Coast. He, at the time, was the president of the National Newspaper Publishers Association, which is an association of 200 Black-owned newspapers. And we had a discussion about bringing the particular technology that Digital Mafia had to the Black newspapers. Again, this was back in 1999. Suffice it to say, next time I visit with him, it wasn't at his home in Inglewood, New Jersey. It was on 40 Wall Street. You know, grab the bull by the horns, walk up to the office, and you see all these new faces. And these new faces are being financed again by venture capital fund. Receive healthy compensation for the strategic business intelligence I provided them, and then the digital bubble burst. The digital bubble burst. So that was the first time that the bubble burst. But let me talk a little bit about the history of VCs. VCs were founded actually by a university professor. University professors do research. This gentleman's name was George Doriadot. He's considered the father of venture capital. He was a Harvard University business professor. And at the time, we were coming out of World War II. And in 1946, he started a company called American Research and Development. R&D is critical to companies. He raised $3.5 million. Out of that $3.5 million, he put in $200K of his own money. And what they were looking for, this particular venture capital firm, the first official venture capital firm, they were looking for places to deploy their capital that would generate a rate of return for them. Well, the 200K that he invested when he cashed out was 1.8 million. And what they particularly were investing in was technology that could be used in the marketplace that came out of World War II innovations. So another short story about myself. I worked at NASA for a summer internship. And while working at the Goddard Space Flight Center in Greenbelt, Maryland, had an opportunity to, look into the history of NASA and find out that quite a bit of technology in the marketplace comes out of these space trips, these space shuttle trips. For example, Velcro. Velcro is a creation of NASA scientists that were used to keep the clothes down while the people are in outer space to make sure their gloves and things of that nature don't float off. So suffice it to say that venture capital firms actually exist to invest in bringing to market what is profitable. And I'm going to give you a boxing analogy. The first rule of boxing for my boxing aficionados: protect yourself at all times. When engaging in business, even with venture capital firms, protect yourself at all times. Absolutely. So after the emergence of the first venture capital firm, there is a plethora of venture capital firms that exist out there in the world. And two of them are national firms. So if you were to pull up a computer right now on the internet and look up the National Venture Capital Association, nvca.org, what you're going to find is an association of 1,000 venture capital firms that exist all over the nation. And the way these venture capital firms operate, Shark Tank example, got to keep my outline in front of me. So the National Venture Capital Association is based in Washington, D.C. It's a trade association, a 501c3 for venture capitalists from all over the country. A lot Ah, Shark Tank example. Got to keep my outline in front of me. So the National Venture Capital Association is based in Washington, D.C. It's a trade association, a 501c3 for for venture capitalists from all over the country. A lot of them are based in Silicon Valley on the East Coast, quite a few upper New York, the West Coast. In addition, there's some in Charlotte, and we'll talk about North Carolina-based venture capital firms. But I want to give you an idea of how venture capital firms work. Similar to Shark Tank. If you watch a Shark episode, an inventor comes forward and he, verbally presents what a business owner would present to those interested in being invested in the business. They present who they are, the management team. Is this a good investment for my capital? What type of equity or ownership stake do I have in a company? It's not like a bank loan where you just you get a loan, you pay interest, and you're done. The venture capitalist seeks ownership, capital, return on investment. And the sharks in Shark Tank actually go through a process of pros and cons of the deals, asking questions, deciding whether or not they're going to invest in the particular presenter of their business. And so they're venture capital firms that cut across all industries: biotech, fintech, gaming. They're venture capitalist firms. Starbucks established a venture capital firm with $100 million for food supply. So those are coming up with innovative ways to engage the farming industry, for example. There is a VC started by Starbucks that seeks to fund specifically those type of ventures. Some VCs invest specifically in real estate development. And so those opportunities exist for those diligent enough to prepare to present to a venture capital firm. And we'll talk about that. And so what venture capitalist firms want and what the sharks are looking for is a profitable investment and ownership equity. And if you have watched the show, Mr. Wonderful, he wants either to be paid on a per unit basis and until he gets his investment back and then equity, or he wants ownership rights into perpetuity. Sometimes he presents himself as wanting equity, a 10% or 15% or 30% equity stake until he exits out. And so this is a rough way of looking at venture capitalist firms. Let's talk a bit about what type of venture capitalist firms are out there and what they seek to invest in. Do you know there's a HBCU venture capitalist firm? It's called hbcu.vc for those of you who are watching. And this is a group that has gotten together to work with HBCU students, HBCU alumni, HBCU graduate students. And they walk you through the process of actually learning what it takes to be a venture capitalist. They intern you with venture capitalist firms, and they actually introduce you to the ecosystem of venture capitalists. So a venture capitalist ecosystem exists when there are managers, investors, lawyers who can do the due diligence on particular companies to ensure that in fact, these companies are a good investment of venture capital funds, of VC funds. Again, hbcu.vc. I want you to take a look at them. All right. They define a venture capital firm as in short, it's the well-kept secret, the powerhouse of many corporations. For example, did you know that I mentioned Steve Case and American Online? They were funded by venture capital. Apple was funded by venture capital. There are other well-known companies that are in the public domain, even publicly traded companies that approach venture capitalists to invest in them. Before we go any further with other types of venture capital firm, let's talk about where the money comes from. Wealthy families who've accumulated wealth over time, generation upon generation, they seek ways to deploy their capital to generate more revenue. And so they start these small private venture capitalist entities for the purpose of scouring the world or their city, looking for places to invest their capital that's going to give a great return on investment. Again, even ownership equity in those particular companies. Insurance companies, if you've heard me mention them before, generate capital monthly. You got 1 million insurers, they're paying $20 a month. You're generating $20 million a month in revenue. These insurance companies set up venture capital firms that invest insurance money revenue for the purpose of, again, increasing value, increasing return on investments. Pension funds, if you work for a state or a county or you're in a unionized employment sector, for the most part, you have a pension fund. In the university space is TIAA-CREF, and TIAA-CREF was founded back in the 1800s. It's a very old established fund that invests pensions for returns on investments, so that as people retire, their income is there to pay them retirement into perpetuity. Well, as they're receiving these funds each month, they're looking for places to deploy these funds. And so again, the pension funds, insurance companies, wealthy families, and also innovative ways are coming up where people are raising funds for venture capital. You may, in fact, decide that you're interested in being a venture capitalist. University endowments. If you do research on university endowments, you find that, for example, my alma mater, Howard University's endowment is right now $650 million. I think they got another 40 million from Bloomberg. So let's just round it out at 700 million. Where do you deploy $700 million that's going to generate revenue? Other universities endowments range in the realm of 1 billion to 4 to 5 to $18 billion. It isn't just sitting there. They deploy the capital for the purpose of generating a rate of return so that the endowment can grow. Some are very conservative. They invest in United States Treasury bills, T-bills. Some invest in startups. Even some alumni of institutions have begun to start funding startups at their particular universities. Stanford is known for this. Michigan is known for this. Harvard B School is known for this. This capital comes again from individuals who decide to pool resources. Banks have created related companies, not the banks themselves because they deal primarily in loans, bank-related companies specifically for the purpose of investing capital for a generous rate of return. So there's another source of resources for venture capital firms. In addition to large corporate entities, like I mentioned, Starbucks, they put aside $100 million to invest capital in companies that are in the food supply chain or seeking ways for the food supply chain. So this is where the venture capital that these venture capital firms are investing is coming from. And we're going to talk about what it takes to be an entrepreneur, to approach them, how in fact to approach them effectively. But I want to talk about some of the venture capital firms here in the state of North Carolina. Accelerate Venture Capital was founded by experienced entrepreneurs with extensive startup and investment experience in the healthcare sector. And that points to the notion that quite a few of these venture capital firms are actually started by people who came out of the sports industry for a venture capital firm. I'm just going to say VC, that invest in sports related companies, sports related entrepreneurs. Hatteras Venture Partners is a VC firm to invest primarily in early stage startups with a focus on biopharmaceuticals. And we know here in this market with the Research Triangle Park, SAS Institute, Burroughs Wellcome, IBM, and others, that biomeds are an economic juggernaut with the aging Gen X, not Gen X, with the aging baby boomer population, that investing in these spaces can reap serious rewards. There are venture capital firms and financial firms, for that matter, investing in cures for COVID-19, or if not cures, vaccines for COVID-19, because it's going to generate a lot of revenue to inoculate basically everyone in America that chooses to be inoculated with these particular biomedical innovations in order to fight the invisible enemy, COVID. We've heard of Idea Partners. They're there in Durham. They're quite active. And they invest in seed and early stage venture capital firms. And we'll walk through the various stages. And they've, in fact, been quite active in lieu of Black Lives Matter and reaching out to the African American community to seek folks with whom to partner. Because you probably heard, as a result of Black Lives Matter, the corporate climate now is that companies want to invest billions and millions into the African American community, and organizations like IDEA can leverage that with those corporate funds and actually invest those funds with African American companies. They have their own funds as well, but they can leverage that to work with those larger corporations to say, we're a good steward of finances and we're willing to work with you. Inner South Partners, based right there in Durham, North Carolina, seeks a broad range of investment opportunities in the tech and life sectors. They've invested in over 100 early stage startups in life sciences and technology companies since its founding in 1985. They manage a $780 million fund. Papa's Ventures, Rex Health Ventures, these are all VCs right there in Durham, North Carolina. There's a plethora of Black venture capital firms that we'll discuss as well. And I want you to be aware of the firms so that when we talk about what it takes to approach them, you can do your due diligence and look at what specifically they invest in. So the Black Angel Tech Fund, by its name, is founded in 2015 by the alumni, Black Student Alumni Network there in Silicon Valley. And they, of course, invest in Black founders of tech companies. Backstage Capital invest in women, particularly LGBTQ and women-owned startups. And its founder, Arian Hamilton, who gets a lot of publicity, you can follow her on Instagram or on the web, is very vocal about how she actually became a venture capital firm. And she wanted to not just be on the side of obtaining funds from a venture capital firm, but actually investing in women-owned and LGBTQ-owned businesses. And what she talks about is it wasn't her education, it was her will, sheer will to power, in the words of Friedrich Nietzsche. It was the notion that she wanted to be, once she saw behind the door of VCs and recognized that only 2% of VCs at the time were owned by Black folks. No, investments to the tune of 2% came to Black-owned businesses. And she wanted to be a part of the bridge or the solution. So she actually works with other venture capital firms as well to generate revenue for her VC. And she's dealing with deals each and every day, which is what I want you to begin preparing your mind for. If you're going to approach a venture capital firm, recognize that they're looking at 20 deals a day or more. right? So your package needs to be tight, and there are financial professionals who can assist you in tightening your package if you're going to approach venture capital firms. Digital Undivided, founded in 2012, champion Black and Latinx owned startups. Echo VC Partners, Cross Culture Venture Capital. You probably heard of Harlem VC Fund. Ventures. They're an accelerator. Now, an accelerator and a venture capital firm that wants to really make sure you're successful is they really want to focus on providing you with the resources, not just money, to assist you in being effective. And often, again, with the Shark Tank example, you hear Mark Cuban say, I want to work with you. And what that means is we're going to walk through, see who's on your management squad, we'll fill in the gaps, and we're going to make sure that your company is sound enough to invest the capital to ensure a great rate of return. Founders First Capital Partners, Pipeline Angels, Presidential Innovation Fellows, starting in 2012, Valmo Ventures, Base Ventures, Stealth Funding, they're in Durham, North Carolina, Precursor Ventures, Connectivity Capital Partners, 500 Startups, Southbox Venture Capital, KEC Ventures, the Harriet Fund is a venture capital firm that backs Black tech startups and Black and women-owned ventures. Quite a few of these firms that I mentioned deal directly with tech startups because the tech sector is, part where the action is right now. Okay. All right, we want to stay on point with the outline. Okay, so what do VCs want and how do you work with VCs? They want a return on their investment. They want to know that their funds is being invested properly, and they also want an exit strategy, right? The first, second, third, fourth LBO rounds of a VC firm, the life stage of a company that approaches a venture capital firm, have really in 2-year swings, right? So some firms, as I've indicated, they invest in startups, and those are 1-2 years in, and they're seeking a return on investment of those startups. Let's just see how a VC works. Let's go back to the basics. VCs have capital. They're seeking investment. They, based on the capital they raise and invest, they seek somewhere in the neighborhood of 2% return. So if they're a $100 million firm, or they have $100 million to invest, and they're managing that, their rate for managing that 100 million is $2 million per annum. Then they're looking for companies that's going to give them a greater than 2%. I'll have to get back with you on the sports fund. I just mentioned generally the name of them, but do a Google search and you'll find VC firms that invest in sports. Go to National Association of VCs, NAVC.org, and it lists there are 1,000 plus VCs, and it breaks them down by area of investment, etc. So back to the point, 100 million to invest, 2%, 2 million to operate. They invest the capital and they invest based on terms. The terms are based on negotiations. It helps to have a lawyer with business experience. You don't want to be boxing like Mike Tyson and you have a traffic lawyer handling your divorce. Not a good idea, right? You need a lawyer who specifically has expertise in this area, just like when you're buying a home, you want a lawyer with expertise in real estate. Ultimately, based on the negotiation of terms, the VC can pull their funds out at first, second, third, or fourth stage of funding, or when the company goes public. And that's really a big payday when a company goes public. So let's talk about these stages. Startup stage is the first round of funding. For the most part, your company has a prototype or generating some business in the marketplace, and you're seeking to expand, get your feet up under you, and you're probably cash flow uneven at the point of your first round of funding. And that may last 1 or 2 years. You remember them talking about how when Jeff Bezos started Amazon, it was like a lot of people were laughing at it. He's losing money, he's burning capital. Where was the capital coming from? It was coming from investors. And the capital was being utilized to tweak the model to generate the business model that is now the economic juggernaut that it is, right? There's the developmental stage, or it's considered the second round of funding. And that's where companies are really seeking a cash flow break even, getting their feet up under them. Your product, your good, your services in the tech sector is really starting to develop momentum. And some VC firms cash out at the second round, as well as some VC firms invest in the second round, the developmental stage of funding. The expansion stage, your third round, is usually in the 6 to 8 year timeline of the firm, the company that you have. And this is now where you've hit critical mass, where the marketplace knows you exist, where you're picking up customers. You may even find yourself entering the back order stage or phase of your business, and you need capital to expand in the brick and mortar sense, your operations, in the digital sense, your staffing of programmers like Black Girls Code that are creating these programmers that can help you to build out your reach to respond to the demand in the marketplace. So there's some VCs that fund at the expansion level. And then there's the growth stage. That's when you're just literally preparing to go public. That may be 9, 10 years in to the life cycle of the firm. And a lot of VCs are looking to be in and out in 10 years or less, right? So they're looking to be in and out in 10 years or less. There was a saying in the go-go 90s, GBQ, which means get big quick. Make your company grow quickly and then sell it off to a behemoth firm. So when you look at things like Instagram was started by a group of probably college kids, if not high school kids, and grew it so large that Facebook decided to buy them out. That's the notion in the tech sector. But there are those who look for the big buyout. And then there are those who look for turnarounds. They want to invest in turnaround companies, and they want to invest in companies that go public. So in each of these areas, VC firms, they have personalities, they have interests, and it takes time to do your research to find out what's the best fit for your company. Now let's talk about you and your preparedness to approach a VC firm, right? So the question I want to ask you is, what's your basic business model? What business are you in? Who's your customer? Do you have documented success? Are you seeking to launch a ship on its maiden voyage, or has your ship made 1 or 2 voyages already and you're seeking to expand your fleet or to shore up the ship, your economic ship that you have at the ready? So the venture capital firm looks at you as an entrepreneur. And again, if you go back to the Shark Tank example, they ask, well, who are you? What's your education? Where are you from? Tell me your story. They want to know your story. Are you an achiever? Are you pretty much a positive person that's getting things done in the marketplace? Or are you a sulker, right? Are you someone that really is upset? And upsetness, money doesn't follow upsetness. Money follows happiness, health, and energy. And they're looking at you. They want to know, are you energetic enough to pull this off? You know, talk to some professionals in the later stages of their profession. They say, well, I'm going to give this 5 more years or 10 more years. That's not what a VC firm wants to hear. They want to hear that we have the energy to win, in the words of 50 Cent, right? Are you intelligent? Is your management team intelligent? Looking at you as an entrepreneur, but they're asking these questions of your management team as well. Your base of knowledge. If you were, again, someone asked about sports, if you say, for example, when the NC State majored in sports management and you work with teams or you played on teams and you've been around professional athletes and now you realize there's an app you want to develop or a business model you want to develop that helps athletes rehab quicker from their injuries, and you have this body of knowledge and experience in the field, as well as you have some personal trainers and others in your management arena can assist you in bringing these techniques, this market, this business to the marketplace, that is looked favorably upon by those firms that want to invest in sports like entities, right? And some athletes, hopefully Shaquille O'Neal, Magic Johnson, they're engaging themselves in investing in companies in the sports line of products or the sports services industry. Who's in your leadership? You as a leader individually, how many people have you managed in the past? As well as your team, on your squad, what does your leadership ranks look like? Are you creative? And I should have put the last one first, and that is, do you have integrity? Can people count on your word? Are you known in the marketplace as a woman or a man of your word, right? And these firms are looking for, you know, a rate of return 2x, 3x, 4x, 5x, 10x plus on their investment with you. And the longer they invest, the longer they're seeking for a return on their investment, right? And a lot of firms are looking into what makes a VC firm successful. And there's 9 points of what makes them successful, right? So what makes a venture capital firm successful? Number one is it's hard to start one. It's good to have experience, to know people that have started one. There's a brother by the name of Kwame Anku. He started the Black Star Fund. He's out in California. And Kwame Anku has a very rich and diverse history. And he worked actually with Prince, who was an artist. He worked with Prince on helping him have his tech game in order. And I won't even go down the road of who Prince was to Warner Brothers. He sat on the board of Warner Brothers at age 21. So he understood the business from a board level, not just from a musician's level. But ultimately, Kwame Anku started the Black Star Fund, and he has this body of information that he's able to deploy, and he's in a network, an ecosystem of other VCers, and as well as investors who invest in his fund so that he can invest in Black-owned businesses and generate a rate of return. For 2/3 of venture capital firms, the first round of funding is actually the last round of funding. I mentioned those various stages, those rounds. VC firms, 2/3 of them, 66%, actually go in with an understanding they're coming out round one with generated revenue in their hands. So they're playing the short game in terms of being successful. You have to get a reputation as being a successful VC prior to being a successful VC, if that makes sense. And one of the ways is you chalk up your victories. You mark up your victories. Third point, only 10% of VC firms launch more than 4 funds. So we have the Rogers Venture Capitalist firm, and then I want to name my various firms after different pets I've had in my life, right? So I named one my sneakers after my firm that's going to invest in athletics, intellectual pursuits, et cetera, et cetera. Most firms are 4 funds out of which invest. Luck matters, and the skill and reputation too. So for a lot of these firms, it's a matter of luck of finding an AOL early, an Amazon early, an Apple early. You hear stories of people saying, I could have invested in Uber early. Had I invested, I'd be worth 400 million now in my investments, right? I think Beyonce did a concert. They won't pay her $2 million, and it was an Uber related concert. She said, I'll take $2 million in shares of stock. And that stock has grown and is worth an exponential amount of funding. VCs on average are capable to, they're generating revenue streams in alignment really with the boring Standard & Poor's, SP 500, right? So venture capitalist firms, like successful human beings and successful families and successful communities, really operate under this something similar to the 80-20 rule. And the 80-20 rule is 80% of profits are being earned by 20% of the firms. And in the VC world, it's similar. 10% of the firms are really generating a lion's share of the profits, right? So to be a winner in the VC firm, you're developing a reputation, you're playing the short game, you're winning, and then your reputation begins to precede you. Number 6, successful firms have 4 kind of entities, A, B, C, D. 1, they hit home runs, like we talked about Uber. 2, they quickly dump losers. So if you're looking at it from your company approaching, you want to make sure you have a strong leadership, integrity, a body of achievers that you're hitting and quitting, you're hitting and holding, you're being profitable. C, they have the ability to switch, right? So from one particular sector to another in terms of investment, they have the ability and the team to do the due diligence to make sure that their investment gets a right rate of return for them. And this one is huge. Networks matter. We talked earlier about George Fraser, and George Fraser is considered one of the fathers of networking in the African American community. Don King says, "My power lies in my people ties." The network that you operate in as entrepreneurs and the network that VCers operate in matters. You're coming across effective entrepreneurs, effective managers, people that have business strategic intelligence that can assist you in being effective in the investment of your capital. Mergers and acquisitions exist in the VC world, as does IPOs. There's a guy you got to follow him. He's a dirty mouth rascal, but his name is Dan Pena. Dan Pena is a beast. He considers himself the $1 trillion man because he's helping 1,000 billionaires. He's developing 1,000 billionaires. And so Dan Pena is all about buying businesses that already exist. He's not so much a VC because he talks about buying them with their own debt, which is an interesting approach. Lastly, well, number 6, again, successful VCs have a successful exit strategy. And you as an entrepreneur, we'll talk about you preparing to approach venture capital firms. You want to understand that you need to provide exit strategies for your VCs. They're thinking about, how do I put my money in? How do I generate a profit? How do I get my money out? So I can go and do that over and over again. You may be thinking about the life cycle of your company, your succession plan, how you want to pass it on to your children. VCs are looking at in, growth, exit with capital strategy. Number 7, older venture capital firms are not necessarily top tier. There's this whole mythology and categorization of venture capital firms around who's top tier, second tier, third tier. The older ones aren't necessarily top tier, but they've been able to sustain themselves because they enter and they exit with profit, and their reputation grows, being able to enter and exit with profit to the point that they're now considered one of the top firms or older firms in the VC world. They consistently deliver results in the same way that you as a business owner want to consistently deliver results and hit home runs. VC firms are looking to do the same. Top tier firms, they bargain for favorable terms from entrepreneurs, better deal flow, they have greater skill, and they're more patient. They also have a focus area of expertise. So in that world of VC's deal flow, how many deals, how many conversations are you looking at every day? I mentioned earlier that VC's looking at 20 or so deals a day. If you watch Shark Tank, they at least bring on 2 groups, sometimes 3 or 4. The notion is you keep looking at deals before you decide to invest. Then we're going to go through that process. All right, so let's walk through the way in which VCs operate internally. And I have more of my notes here. All right, so VCs literally want from you, a business owner, a summary of who you are, what your business is about. And based on the quality of the summary, they're going to ask to engage you further. And you want to have your business statement laid out. Who's on your management team? What are the skill sets? Why are you in it? What is your expertise in this marketplace? How much cash do you have on hand? How are you operating currently? What are you going to use the investment for? How do you seek to be either revolutionary in your arena? That is, how do you develop the light bulb? How do you seek to be innovative in your field? How do you seek to make the light bulb a, a night light or a heat seeking light bulb? How do you seek to change the the industry in which you're in, right? So the same way that at one point Kodak was the provided the paper upon which you take your photos, Polaroid, and digital came and took them out. How is your firm's business model and the product, the widget you're bringing to the marketplace, literally going to change the industry altogether, right? And then, or how you fit in an industry and help to better that industry in the way that Starbucks, the example I mentioned earlier, they put up $100 million for food supply innovations, right? So these firms want a written statement from you. And if you're a not so good writer, you want to engage business writers that can look over your work to make sure that before you present it, all your I's are dotted and your T's are crossed. You want to present your work uniquely to those firms that have an area and interest in investing in the area in which you operate, right? You're not sending a form letter to 20 firms. You're doing research on who these firms are. You're figuring out where your business model exists in the context of that firm's investment strategy. And then you're with laser-like focus, you're presenting a summary with the elements I mentioned. You're presenting your business, a more detailed version of your business, including pro ratas, potential pro ratas, et cetera, of how you over time are going to generate revenue to be able to pay the VC out again. And you want to look at what's your exit strategy, right? Is your plan a 5-year, 10, 20-year plan? Do you want a GBQ, get it quick and pass your company on to a Google, an Alphabet, a Facebook? If you're in the tech sector, do you want to create a new way of solving a medical issue and pass it on to Burroughs Wellcome? If you're in the pharmaceutical sector, et cetera. If you're in the real estate sector, is it your intention to buy up gentrified property in the hood or the communities where gentrification is taking place? And then you want to bundle that and literally sell it off to an investment firm, somewhere in Singapore. You have to look at what your exit strategies are, right? Okay. And so as you're preparing yourself to present your information to venture capital firms, it pays to do your research. And so I'm going to share with you a guide right here. It's called the Venture Capital Handbook, right? And this guide is actually somewhat dated, but it has very good information. It's written by a VCer who wanted to write this handbook for businesses to understand the world that a venture capital firm exists in and what they're looking for from you as a business who is approaching them, right? They want to make sure that you're positioning yourself and your company to approach and to have success in actually obtaining the funds that you desire. All righty. I think how we're doing on time, everyone. We're good. We're like 40 minutes in. I'm about to conclude in a moment. And so let's just talk a little bit about your legal team, your legal documents in order, right? So when the VC wants to visit your firm and they want to see where you're operating, they want to meet your senior staffers, they want to meet your members of your company, they want to actually look at where the magic sauce is being made. It's important that you're prepared to be consistent with what you've written and documented that got their attention in the first place. And then when you go into the stage where you're literally negotiating terms, the thing to remember is that your lawyer is there to be of assistance to you, but they're not the one negotiating your terms. You're the entrepreneur. They're there to advise you as you engage the VC in order to obtain the investments based on you, your leadership, your integrity, your creativity, your management team, not the lawyers. The lawyer, for the most part, is a professional who's being paid to provide a personal service to you. The lawyer is not the person who's going to run the business day to day. And while the lawyer sees it through the lens of a lawyer, which is, let me protect the interests of my client, the lawyer does not necessarily see it through the lens of the venture capital firm, which you who are approaching them for funds need to be aware of. Once again, they're looking for an excellent opportunity to invest capital, to generate growth in the company so that they can get a rate of return and they can exit from the company. They're not necessarily looking to be there for the third generation of the company or as you pass it on to your grandchildren. Get in, get growth, get out with funds. So you need to be at the negotiating table for terms with their interests, just like you have an understanding of your interests. If you decide that you want to buy companies and turn them around and you want a venture capital firm to do that with you, from where are you going to obtain the expertise to turn companies around? If you look at how Warren Buffett operates, when he buys a company or buys stock, significant stock in a company, he looks at the management team, and that's the first thing they shore up is the leadership, the management team, and they leave it in the hands of the managers to actually effectively generate profits on time, timely reports, all of the things that are required of managers in a successful business organization. Okay, so multiple exit strategies. Some companies may not be generating profit. Investors want to liquidate the company and get their funds out. Some owners may want to sell the company again, GBQ, and allow the investors to cash out. Some of the things that venture capitalists do not want to hear. They want to hear, if I decide to move, we're going to take some capital that you've invested with us. We're moving to Florida. That doesn't make sense to them. They don't want to hear, we decided to buy another company as a part of our strategy of growth. If that wasn't what you approached them with from the beginning. What venture capitalists want to hear from you are timely, quarterly, if not monthly, if not weekly reports of how the business is going. And they're looking for integrity, honesty, upfrontness, your ability to tackle these problems to grow your business. Now, a lot of our Black-owned businesses on this call may have not considered VC funds as a way to generate revenue, but the Small Business Administration, SBA, just give you a few more resources here. The Small Business Administration actually created investment capital firms, and you can reach them online. I'm gonna give you another online resource here. You can reach them at the National Association of Small Business Investment Companies. They're in Washington, D.C. You can call them 202-628-5055. Their website, www.nasbic.org. The Small Business Administration has licensed over 7,000 small business investment companies. They've invested in Apple Computer, FedEx, Outback Steakhouse, America Online, and Intel, right? In 1958, there was $4.6 billion in long-term debt invested in these entities. I saw a report that said in 2018, I think the number had significantly grown. There was $256 billion invested in 18,000 startups in 2018. So suffice it to say, resources are available through the National Venture Capital Association, www.nvca.org, phone number 202-864-5980. I mentioned again, National Association of Small Business Investment Companies. There are a plethora of venture capital firms in Charlotte, North Carolina, They're growing in North Carolina, in Durham, North Carolina. Throw a rock at them because they're plugged into this wonderful environment created by Doug Spate when he created the Black Wall Street along with his business partners in Durham. And ABC Capital was behind it, and it flourished, it grew. Companies were coming in from around the country to participate in Black Wall Street. It was successful, and all of a sudden it stopped. You got to do your research to figure out why it stopped, but the bottom line is where there is Black business success, there are those who may not be as supportive as they say they are. And we're watching Black Lives Matter generate an environment conducive to people saying they want to invest in Black businesses. Let's put it to the test. Your business must be ready and prepared for investments with an understanding of those exit strategies. That concludes my formal presentation. It's 10:47 p.m. a.m. and I started a little early, so we did a round hour for you. Any questions? My name again is Dr. Dennis Rogers, and I am a researcher. I'm not a VCer, not yet. Who knows what the future holds? And I bring you this information from multiple sources that I've researched and taken the time to invest, along with my personal stories I included there in terms of DME Enterprises. By the way, Darian Dash with Digital Mafia did a reverse merger, became the first Black tech company traded on NASDAQ. And what a reverse merger is that there was a company whose stock had fallen. They were entering the penny stock stage. He paid them, adopted all of their SEC filings information, and was then traded his company on the New York Stock Exchange, on the NASDAQ, National Association Security Dealers Quotient, NASDAQ, which is the National Association of Securities Dealers, which works closely with the SEC, Securities Exchange Commission, which are the ones that are involved in regulating, of course, investment tools, right? So we've seen some people like the Tulsa Fund down there in Atlanta, Georgia, the young brother who's put together a fund he's surrounded by some very bright, intelligent women who are lawyers and real estate acumen people, even though he and his wife are the face of that entity. And they're receiving investments for people to invest in real estate. And they're doing basically a crowdfunding, but it's authorized by the Securities and Exchange Commission. We've seen Killer Mike here recently tapping again into the psyche of Tulsa, Oklahoma, and Black Wall Street, create Greenwood, I think is the name of his FinTech company, which is financial technology, which is banking online. And we know that United Bank started by the merger of three Black banks, is a Black banking behemoth online. So in the world of finances and technology and the interface between the two, there's a lot of opportunity there. Vista Equities, we talked about them earlier. Mr. Robert Smith, who's a billionaire, I think 5 or 8 times over, he operates in the tech sector and in the financial sector. So there's a lot of upside to that market, and ideally you're interested and you'll be entering that marketplace. You and your colleagues, you may want to pull together a group of people to look at generating revenue through a syndicate, through crowdfunding, that you can then parlay and grow your company and prepare yourselves to approach a venture capitalist firm. Hopefully this was helpful. Any questions? Looking at the chat, no questions. It's being recorded, even if there are not a lot of people on live now. We hope you find this helpful in the future when you find it. My name again is Dr. Dennis Rogers. I'm glad to be a part of the Black Business Expo USA and the Black Business Marathon as we operate 24/7 for a 7-day period with 12 hours of live and 12 hours of the replay in the recorded space. And as your business is seeking to position itself for growth, you need to know who's in your neighborhood, what businesses operate in Durham, North Carolina, where the finances in Durham, North Carolina. Piedmont Capital manages is 13, $11 billion. Who else operates capital there in your city? Wherever you're watching from, who are your neighbors? And are they good corporate citizens? Are they engaging you and business owners like you so that you can become more aware of their offerings and generate revenue? One thing about IDEA, is that they are actively seeking to support entrepreneurs of color in Durham. And there may be some challenges with that in terms of a request for your ideas on print, but ultimately they're active in the community. And we hope that other capital firms like Piedmont that purchase NCM Capital would be active corporate citizens in the city of Durham. Okay, so Mark Lee says, hello, folks. I think, Mark, it just may be you and I at this point. All right, so more venture capital firms that are out there operating. Founders First Capital Partners is a firm founded by Kim Folsom with the goal of providing capital and support to startups owned by women, entrepreneurs from minority groups, and military veterans. Pipeline Angels has invested over $4 million in 4 women-owned businesses and startups. They were founded in 2011. Base Ventures is a very young firm, and it has raised multi-million-dollar funding for startups like Style Seats and Balance Payments. Much of its success is owned by its founder and managing director, Eric Moore, a seed investor of Zappos. Moore is recognized as one of the top 25 most influential Black tech startup. And speaking of Black tech, there's some Black tech resources I'd like to point you to where you can continue to educate yourself in this arena and prepare yourself for generating more revenue. And I have them written down. I'm looking at my notes. You hear me flipping my paper. I want to make sure I give them to you properly. Here we go. So there's the Black Tech newsletter. We want you to look that up and identify that. There's a conference called Afro Tech. It's the largest Black tech company. I also suggest you go on Eventbrite, and there's another one similar to Eventbrite, and look for these types of activities taking place in your state, in your city, in your hometown. There's TechCrunch. There's Blavity, I think is the name of it, and the Magic Hour in New York. Again, only 2% of venture capitalist firms are Black owned, and only 2% of VC funds go to Black startups. Precursor Ventures is a venture capital firm that provides funding to pre-seed startups developing business to business and business to consumer applications and services and connected hardware. Its managing director, Charles Hudson, has raised over $15 million that was invested in over 50 different startups. Of these, 16% are owned by African Americans, while 31% are for women or have women founders. Google Ventures was launched in 2005 to serve as a venture capital arm of Alphabet Inc. Since then, it's invested in over 300 startups within life science, healthcare, artificial intelligence, which is huge. If you're paying attention to AI, it's huge. When you go on the internet and someone has the last letters .io, which stands for the Internet of Things, it's huge. The connectivity that these tech companies, applications, the doorbell rings, connect to your phone, you can watch it when you're not even at home, and you can talk as though you are at home. All of this is coming, and there are companies like Google Ventures that are investing in that. Connectivity Capital Partners is a venture capital firm that funds early stage startups through the Effort Investment Office of Denmark West. The firm advocates for diversity in technology by supporting extraordinary startup founders regardless of their background. Among the minority-owned startups, Connectivity Capital Partners have invested in Kinzen and Kinvolve. Kapoor Capital, which is who Ben Jealous, I mentioned earlier, was connected with, is a venture capital firm that supports startups not just in a broad range of industries, but more importantly, founded by entrepreneurs from different ethnic and gender groups. It's rooted in the belief that underrepresented startups founders possess the competitive edge that makes them fully capable of delivering profitable tech-driven solutions. The bottom line is your unique perspective, historical perspective, is marketable. It's leverageable for revenue, and venture capital firms actually want your unique perspective to be a part of their process. And if you go to hbcu.vc and look at what they're doing on HBCU campuses, where they're training young people to be venture capitalists, placing them in that environment is akin to Inroads. A good buddy of mine, Vince Bayon, ran Inroads back in the day. And it's an opportunity to farm team people into the industry. And ideally, you get in, you learn, and you come out and you start your own venture capital firm, right? Currently, the venture capital firm is invested in 79 startups. 56 of these are startups owned by women or people of color. Again, that's Kapor Capital. 500 Startups is one of the top venture capital firms, not in the US only, but in different parts of the world. It launched in 2010. They focused their efforts on advancing the cause of diversity within the global tech community, starting with leadership, where several venture partners come from these minority groups. Among them, Monique Woodard, who's currently overseeing the firm's $25 million micro fund to support early stage Black and Latinx owned startups in the US, which includes the likes of All Day Media and Maven. Jalia, Swahili word, that means empowerment, beautiful, is a venture capital firm that's assisting minority startups, founded by Keisha Cass. Jalia Ventures aim to deliver unique and financial support and mentorship to startups owned by people of color. Thus far, they've helped over 50 startups owned by people of color to scale up, including Red Rabbit, Attentive.lv, and Prayer Tree Preschool. So these companies are investing in all sectors in things that we take for granted, like preschool education. Are we being joined by Black Business News?
Yes, indeed. You know, great job. We're going to get ready to run right. Yeah, great job. We're going to get ready to talk to Umar Muhammad. Bring him up. Thank you, Dr. Rogers. Yes, indeed. Professor Umar T. Muhammad. How's it going, man?
Going well.
Pretty good.
Dr. Kelly.
Come on, man. You know how we roll.
You gotta respect that, man.
Hey, man. You're one of the people. You've been my friend forever. So appreciate you coming on and talking about sports and business.
Yeah,
and of course, a lot of people need to really hear this information, because one of the things that I preach against, and I don't mean against like I down it, but I do continue to preach that we can do more in the sports arena. We can do more than be just the basketball player, the football player, the buck, the guy who carries the load, the guy like myself used to shoot the last shot, and that was what all the joy of the game was just to win a basketball game, while other people are utilizing this as a way to earn some money. And so we got to talk about the money issue. It's no secret why Michael Jordan is the GOAT. Everybody can say this guy is the GOAT, that guy is the GOAT, but the GOAT is the guy who made $1.5 billion on his talent. That's the GOAT. You can say what you want to say about this guy playing 3 different teams. You can say about this guy being the MVP of 3 different teams, but at the end of the day, and the reason nobody don't want to talk about that is because that is really what money is, and that's the real GOAT. So I'll let you take it away, and I'll put my case out there for MJ being the GOAT. You can't do number $1.4 billion.
Yeah.
Come on.
So, I mean, at the minimum, it's sports business.
No.
I'm not going to get into the on the court.
No,
in
sir.
business, go, man.
Sir, let me explain something to all of y'all young people. Okay? When you look at a body, we got a few minutes. When you look at a body of work, You can't look at a part of the work.
True.
You got to look at the body of work. And when
Right,
you look at the body of work, whether we want to talk about championships or whether we want to talk about playing the game or scoring, whether we want to talk about that, you still have to put that on one table.
Yeah.
And then you have to put the business, and that's why you're here, the business of the game, you have to put that on the table also. And when you add that up and you look at everybody who's ever played the game, we're talking about everybody. There's only one guy. Only one. Only one.
Okay.
Who's running the team and he's a part of ownership. Everybody else are SLABES. And I'll leave it at that. And I know you're gonna do a great job. Thanks for coming.
I appreciate you, Doc.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone, thank you for being here. I appreciate Dr. Kelly and the coordinators of this Black Business Expo this year. It's very innovative, which is, some of what I want to talk about today is sports and its connection to the culture and the society of business in America. First, it's a long period of time, so I want to take my time and I want to share with you my experience in sports, and then get into some, current events, what's going on now in sports, and then in sports business, and then I want to present some information on, or we'll talk about and have a conversation on what you can do as a business to get involved in the success and the growth of sports coming soon, so to speak. So my name is, again, Umar Muhammad, Durham native, born and raised. My first experience with high-level sports came in high school. I went to a military school in Virginia, Fort King Military Academy, and this was a school that provided high-end, high-quality sports. I mean, in my training room, we had about 6 or 7 training beds in high school. We had an indoor facility, indoor track, indoor gym. We had some of the best trainers and staff in our athletics department. We had just every piece of equipment that you would want as a high school athlete trying to make it to the next level. And so that was my first intro, so to speak, into sports and sports as a business too. Seeing how our athletic program raised money. We were very well known for athletes going to the next level from high school to college, and then from college to the pros. We've had Dexter Coakley, Will Furrier, Vinny Testaverde, Eddie George, you name it. We've had tons and tons of athletes come from our high school and then move on to the next levels of success in sports. And so that was my entree, my entry point to seeing that. And then I went to college, and I went to NC State, majored in engineering, and during that time, I really wanted to connect back to sports. I had my hoop dream, wasn't able to provide it to really live that success as a college athlete. However, I got into coaching. And so I had another experience, my first coaching job. So I won't go into the details of getting into coaching, but my first coaching job was right here in Durham in North Carolina Central University. And so I was there doing the transition from Division II to Division I. And so I had a lot of experience and a lot of just know-how and watching what was going on around us as our sports environment landscape was changing, and budgets in our athletic department was rising, and the need to really get involved in the commercial side of sports and not just the development side or training side. And so NCCU went through a transition during this time where, we were looking at contract games, right? Guaranteed games, so to speak. And this is where a team travels. Football, basketball are your primary revenue sports. And so this time we traveled around the country. We lost a lot of games but we made a significant amount of money. One of those guaranteed games came from Arkansas, where I believe we made about $75,000 to play. And we played in Fayetteville, Arkansas, and we lost the game. And we played at the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor. And I think that game, I believe it was, about $90,000 we received a check for, but we lost the game. And so we went through that process of sports being integrated into really a commercialized or a revenue business model. And so in Division II, that's not so much. And so there's not so much attention to generating revenue. So we coached there for 5 to 6 years. And then, of course, the program launched from being an independent to a Division I program. Our esteemed head coach, Lavelle Moten, is now running that program very excellently. And so we're proud that we were there in the beginning stages and now being able to see the growth of where we've come. But we also, which we'll discuss a little bit later, the HBCU sports connection and process and model that we need to really address as sports or people interested in sports business. So we left NCCU, received our master's degree during that time. I served also as an intern in the General Assembly as a Senate intern. So I was intimately connected to how policy and politics intertwine with public spaces, and so I was able to really bring my sports passion to this environment and really gain a lot of not only relationships, but also we were able to gain a lot of knowledge and experience and how policy, and now getting into sports policy, how that kind of comes together for the benefit of those stakeholders. And so we graduated with our master's degree in sports management, athletic administration from NCCU. And we proceeded to get involved in the community, partnering with Parks and Rec to provide sports leagues and events, partnering with other community groups and individuals that wanted to put on events. We started getting into event consulting, sports event development and consulting, and working with clubs and teams to make sure that their tournaments, their combines, and all those types of sporting events and camps were ran well, that they had staff, that we engaged in sponsorship opportunities and proposal development, and really bringing a type of energy and collective work to get around sports and developing sports at the local level, particularly in Durham. And during that time, so we started Youth Sports Consulting, which is our consulting company that we still have, and we work with Nike, we've worked with a couple other Fusionetics, we've worked with what's the company name? My mind, Vertimax, in providing equipment and technology to our clients in a way that's very innovative and on demand. We've done this for about now it's going on 9 years. And so we're moving into another phase of our business operations and the services. And so we started youth sports during that time. We also were able to get involved in minor league sports at the regional level, and started a team called Bull City Legacy. And during this time of 6 years, Bull City's Legacy played its games here in Durham. We traveled around the state to Wilmington, to Charlotte, Huntersville, Fayetteville, Raleigh, Cary. We had a successful 6-year run as a minor league club. We provided opportunities for young people in the community to come to our games and engage our athletes. We were able to provide 3 contracts for a couple of our players to go overseas and receive professional contracts. So we got into transfer fees, and we can talk about that if you guys are interested. And so we're very happy about what we started here. We want to be able to continue that legacy of the team, providing not only the community with an asset that can bring recognition, resources, and ways to collaborate to the community, but we also love the fact that this program, this club, this entity also provided young men opportunity to continue their dreams of receiving a professional contract and professional career. And so Bull City Legacy was in our sense, we also were able to create contracts. So we had a apparel deal with Adidas. We had a broadcasting deal with ESPN3 at the time. It was this digital platform that had just started, and so they were looking for sporting events in the southeastern part of the country, and we were able to negotiate 2 games to be broadcasted on ESPN. I think it was ESPN3 at the time. It's now changed to I think it's just ESPN online or HD or something like that. But so that was very enlightening and encouraging period of time. Learned a lot. Learned about commercials on screen, stagnant, 30-second spills, how much they are worth, just all the commercial parts of getting involved in broadcast media when it comes to sports. During this time, we also started doing more events, and we started bringing leaders and entrepreneurs and sports interested people together around the notion that we can build a sports ecosystem in Durham and in the region. And so we started doing this. We started the Sports Breakfast Club, and this was a platform. There was a business-minded, high-level conversations about sports in the area and what we could be doing to really get people more engaged and more involved in the processes of developing sports and sporting events. And so we started from there. We continued, and then about 3 years ago, St. Augustine's University called and asked that and wanted to see if we were interested in teaching and working with their students, with our students in sport management. And so I accepted the challenge to go into academia and bring the experiences, the practical knowledge of sports business to the classroom, to developing the next generation of sports leaders and sports executives and sports entrepreneurs and sports managers and sports practitioners. And so we wanted to get involved intimately into that space. And to this date, we've done some good things over the last couple of years. We started the first student-managed sport management alliance, a student club at the university where our students can gain professional internships and knowledge of the field. We started building out our esports program and curriculum to begin to start creating these environments where our students can engage directly with the phenomenon of esports as a sports industry and market now. We've also started the first cycling team, HBCU cycling team in the country, and we've gained support and partnership with the NFL, with Canyon Bikes, Stages Cycling. Our students are the first HBCU team to actually have a qualified and certified USA cycling team. We've started competing virtually this past semester. In the spring, we hope to be able to hit the road live. And so, we're just moving forward in the sports space, utilizing the passion that sports brings people together, that utilizes the demand for people to see live events, to be engaged in cooperation and competition. And so that's our journey to this point. We're a recent author of a book that's on Amazon, and if you're interested, you can share if you're interested in purchasing that at another time. However, it just shows the nature of how sports brings people together. My co-author is also my colleague, who's also a white gentleman who we work together in sports for over 12 years together. So this idea, this connection, this relationship that sports has to not only bring people together, but to create growth and economic opportunities is what I'm bringing to the table today. And so I just wanted to kind of start in that frame to give you a simple background of who I was. Now, what I want to do is move to I want to read. I wrote an article for a journal over the summer, sports business commentary, and I want to read some of the article to you to kind of lay the groundwork for or the framework for how we look at sports business and the opportunities that it provides for entrepreneurs, for business owners, and so forth and so on. So bear with me. I'm going to be reading from my other computer screen that's right next to here. But I hope that, after we read, then we'll go into the PowerPoint that I have so we can discuss further some of the comments, some of the information that's here. So I appreciate you guys holding on with me as we get into this. First, the critical story for the global sports industry after the COVID-19 pandemic will not be whether professional sports team revenues bounce back or if TV deals can be restructured, but instead if new discourses and practices have emerged around the power, passions, and the promise of unleashing sport talent at the community level. The sports industry's economic and social strengths as a tool to tackle the economic crisis caused by the COVID-19 pandemic should not be underestimated. The special qualities that differentiate sports business practices from other business activities are found in its grassroots foundations, where sports involvement means more than products and services. It provides the local culture a sense of belonging and meaning. Because sports engagement is a multifaceted marketing and development tool in corporate and community agendas, every level of involvement, from peewee to professional, is drastically impacted when our cultural norms and sports consumption behaviors are disrupted. The sudden shutdown of the global sports media and events industries has crippled sports supply chains and tourism activities, leaving athletes, communities, and businesses without corporate sponsorships, partnerships, or revenue-generating mechanisms. The pandemic will likely be with us, and the entire sports ecosystem will need new ways to deal with the threats to its financial and business continuity. The current corporatization, positioning, and market-based practices of sports at the grassroots level has not and cannot fully appreciate the traditions, motivations, and experiences of community sports involvement. Branda found that any multi-sectoral approach to a pandemic, and this is where we connect sports business opportunities with the current pandemic and COVID mitigation efforts that are going on today. So any multi-sectoral approach to a health pandemic should involve sports agencies. These can be businesses too, that are engaged in the strategic level with access to local health policy networks. In this unique moment, sports academics, leaders, and practitioners should look to new delivery models and policy prescriptions to make sure that the public benefits from host communities' investments in sports. So not only are we dealing with the pandemic that has affected sports at the local level and the national level as far as industry, we also know that, and which we'll go into in the next section, is that communities have to engage sports for economic development. So we can't leave it alone. We have to continue to engage sports economic development, and we do that through sports tourism. And this is where we go into now. And so sports tourism and local economic development. America has been experiencing an expansion of its small and mid-sized communities using sports tourism as a tool to instigate local economic development. The perception leaders have is that they can attract and host sports events, participants, spectators, and visitors over a couple of days and add new spending to the community. The challenge sports management and community leaders will face in developing communication strategies and platforms that tell its local story authentically and effectively to its internal and external stakeholders. And that's where our connection to the local community of businesses come into play. These small and mid-sized markets will have to invest resources to attract visitors, but also improve the quality of life of its residents. How sports managers facilitate and lead these social and economic interactions within host communities is crucial to the success of a sports development program. And now we go into what we need on the ground. Traditional delivery of sports development or sports economic programs that are building communities up, creating growth, using sports to instigate transactions and commercial activity at the local level. Traditional delivery of these types of programs, especially at the community level, face particular challenges from globalism and neoliberal ideology. Over the last 2 decades, sports and recreation managers have been challenged by the institutional and market-based processes as they have impacted the provision of sport as a tool for social inclusion and community development. Stephen H. Webb argues that what makes one society good might differ from what makes another society good. And I would just say what makes one community or city good and what it does is not always the same in another community. And so you have to be very strategic and innovative. And we'll get into that. The communities need cultivation, protection, and are created and sustained by intentional activity. Our current corporate-ready approach to developing managers and leaders of community sports and sports organizations no longer makes sense, given the complexities of social inclusion, economic uncertainties, and the current demands of community stakeholders today. And that kind of dives into the sense of gentrification and the influx of people coming into communities and their sport choices and sport consumption needs. The good practice of sport development, has the potential to alleviate social ills, improve overall community participation, and boost economic activity. Realizing these benefits requires sports leadership able to cultivate social capital over or in concert with economic gains. So someone who's able to manage the dual mission or the dual engagement of social causes and economic or financial growth. Those two things we have to look at in our community as African American or Black business owners. This is where it goes. It comes in. HBCUs come important too. HBCUs with sport management programs are situated through their institutional missions, academic cultures, and community focus to train sports professionals with a holistic approach to community development. These small college environments having requirements community service on and off campus must move towards structuring external partnerships that are enterprising and mutually beneficial. The success of strategic partnerships for community development will be a result of leadership familiar with the activities of local bureaucracies, entrepreneurship, and social action. So in our communities, we have all these dynamic things going on. So in order to, because sports mirrors society and mirrors our culture, we have to be able to take into account the diversity and the innovation and entrepreneurial skill set and mindset that we have to have as business owners to negotiate this new space, particularly in light of COVID, but not just COVID, because we're living in a space where business ideas and business models are beginning to be restructured and repositioned. And so we need to know what the landscape is in sports. We have to be able to, and governments. Next, I will say we're going to building capacity for this development. Despite the increasing emphasis on sports as a community development tool, little is understood about how businesses, cities, and regions can leverage sports for positive social and economic outcomes. One thing we do know is that the rapid changes in the sports landscapes necessitates that communities engage in innovations, proactiveness, and some risk-taking, literally acting as entrepreneurs and enterprises. It is important in these local economic strategies and activities that expertise be utilized to frame actions and engagements between communities and development interests. So our local community interest has to be connected to the development interest, the economic interest of developers that come into our area to build facilities, to build fields. We have to be able to connect our interests as local businesses and stakeholders with the outside developers' interests to build those spaces. That's going to be very important moving forward, particularly in Durham. The aim of sports scholars, academics, and practitioners is to prepare future sports managers to be able to contribute to an integrated developmental approach that strengthens local institutions, infrastructures, and collaborations between public and the private sector. Sports can do this. Building capacity in local communities also means building leadership that is contextual, effective, ethical, and service-oriented. The capacity needed to successfully leverage local assets must involve interactions and learning among sectors, characterized here as a sports ecosystem with social inputs, business entities, and public expectations. We should expect certain things of this ecosystem. Part of what my previous presenter provided with Doug Spate, providing this space with Black Wall Street and his partners, the same should be an expectation that this sports ecosystem provides certain outcomes and outputs that we can tap into. Businesses and leaders engaging in this ecosystem must incorporate in their practices an ethos of providing meaningful sport work as well as a quality sport product. So not only are we providing a quality product, but we're also providing work. We're also providing jobs and gigs and opportunities and careers. So not just the product itself. And so I'll finish with two final points in reading, and then we'll go into the PowerPoint. First point to finish, point one, identity and power. This is where we have to really look inside. Sports competitions, events foster bonding, shared experiences, and identity formation for local residents, businesses, and stakeholders. At the community level, grassroots organizations facilitate this participation among individuals and groups through cooperative and competitive activities and programs, much like tournaments, camps, coaching clinics, speaking engagements, and so forth and so on. Without entrepreneurial thinking, innovation, and improved organizational capacities, these local sports events and cultural activities will be compromised, particularly that the industry is changing right under our feet. We have to be attentive to what is changing around us, the need for certain innovative services and opportunities and products that we have to provide, and we'll get into that a little bit in the PowerPoint. For many of the sports organizations operating at the local level, the surrounding community is its direct operational environment. Those are your consumers, your customers. And the conditions within the community are critical to the organizational survival. What happens on the ground is critical to your business. If they're not sports fans and consumers, if you're engaging in sports, you won't be successful as a business. And so what's happening on the ground is critical to your survival. Following an open systems framework, when the community is lacking in resources, talent, or norms, its sports organizations or its sports outputs, behaviors, and legitimacy will be impacted adversely. The challenge moving forward for sports businesses and organizations is realizing their market value is actually determined by how well they innovate on the demand side, engaging with and meeting the needs of their current members, their current customers, your current consumers, and not attracting new ones. Final point I'll make in the relationship between business and the sports community. Businesses and sports organizations in cities and towns have shared interests that, if exploited collaboratively, can improve business capabilities, enhance talent management, and produce mutually beneficial competitive advantages in local marketing and economic agendas. In these uncertain times, businesses interested in sports investments at the community level require that partnership circumstances have the capacity to influence cultural and consumer behaviors. So whatever interest, whatever engagement we have, our services, our goods, or our products must move the culture, as they say. We must be able to move the culture. This means grassroots sports organizations who act entrepreneurially and collectively can leverage their collaborative capacity to create new value, attracting partnerships and policies that are responsive to their immediate sports communities' needs. This locally driven cooperative effort among traditionally marginalized sports organizations and businesses can be advantageous for sports-based relief and recovery efforts post-COVID-19. Right? So we can get involved in how we recover after COVID in sports, but we got to start now. Strategic engagement of this type, where social economic challenges are solved through integrative efforts of business and community, can foster asset development, sustainable value, and enhance local sports knowledge. Okay, so I've said a lot, right? But I want to break it down in the PowerPoint that I hope we can bring up now. And so we're at about 12:36, which is great because the PowerPoint is not long. I think we can go through it pretty quickly, and it won't be a problem. Now, should I bring it up, or should Mark bring it up? And you won't see my face as you've seen it already a long time. So we'll talk behind the screen. We'll talk behind the screen. See if we can bring up the PowerPoint. Okay, perfect. I'll do that. Is it? Let me make sure it's up. Is it up? Okay, there we go. There we go. All right. I hope you guys can see this screen. But we'll go through it. We'll go through it here. Let me go back. We'll go through it here pretty quickly. And if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. So sports business, the need for Black leaders, entrepreneurs, and talent. Generating spaces or segments within the United States as it relates to the sports industry. And we'll go through that a little bit and talk a little bit about those and where some of your businesses may be able to engage in that. The second part of this PowerPoint is the difference between corporate sports and community sports. And you may have heard me mention and distinguish between the two a little bit in my presentation and reading. And then the third is reposition your business for the new sports supply chain. And we'll go into that a little bit at the end of the presentation. So the first industry segment is professional sports. And we all know that there are professional sports leagues that pretty much are the controllers of these spaces. And those 5 major professional leagues primarily generate revenue through broadcasting rights and media rights. Right now, as we can tell in the industry, that many of these leagues have had to cut out their other primary revenue generator, which is ticket sales. And so because they have broadcasting right and media right deals, they're able to sustain particular business operations opportunities with their franchises within those leagues. And franchises are the same. And so in the professional space, there are opportunities for some businesses to get engaged. And some of those business services you can provide to these major professional sports leagues are content development, which is real big right now in sports, where you can on the ground develop or follow athletes, products, or begin to be a brand ambassador for a particular team's logo or brand or mascot, right? You can create these online services, online content for these leagues and these teams to engage with you on if that's your business. You also can get athlete services, right? Training, equipment needs, technology, recovery. So if you're in the health and fitness space as a business, you can engage professional athletes in these spaces to offer them services that they can use and contract you out. The other business service is team branding and creating relationships at the local level. And if you look at creating these local sports ecosystems, a collaborative or a collective of businesses can really offer a team like the Charlotte Hornets, or even its minor league affiliate, the Greensboro Swarm, and a package of services that it can provide. The MEAC, and we'll go into the college in a little. We'll stay here with professional. So you can offer teams a local supply chain network that they can tap into, because as we know in sports now, global supply chains have been broken up. Countries, different industries and countries have been disrupted, and these supply chains, businesses want to continue serving clients and customers, but getting the product, getting the equipment, the good to the market has been tough. And so if we can create those pockets of distribution and production in our local communities as a sports, around sports, we can go a long way. And then lastly, in the industry segment, professional, we have facility and venue services, and that speaks for itself. You can provide maintenance services for these venues. You can provide staffing, volunteering, concessionaire services. You can provide parking services, and so forth and so on in the professional industry segment of sports. The college sports segment, which is I believe, has much more opportunity for our types of businesses, minority and Black-owned businesses. In this industry, local and regional supplier networks. So these are conferences, leagues, and school co-buys, right? And so Duke in the same city, if there's a potential for them, if they have the same needs, to have to buy from the same supplier. And that could be someone that's in Durham, a business that's here, a Black business in the state of North Carolina. Conferences and leagues, production services. Leagues need production services. They need clean services for their buildings. They need, so all of these different types of sports is not just about the glitz and glamour of in front of the camera. There's broadcasting needs. And so if we can create these networks, supplier networks to be able to supply talent and goods and services to these local regional leagues, we would go a long way. Facility operations and general business services, accounting services, financial services, those things that local colleges and universities that may be around your area still need contracts based with. Some of these, the budgets of these athletic departments in some of our communities are not very big, so that they can't hire full-time staff. And so you still have, as a business, there's gaps in their service needs and the operational needs that you may be able to fill. And then thirdly, under the college segment of the industry of sports, where some of our businesses may be able to engage a space, is in athlete representation and performance services. And I mentioned here the NEAL endorsements and marketing advisors. And because within the next year or 2 years, the NCAA is providing legislation that's going to allow for our athletes, our student athletes from high school going into college, to be able to make money off of their name, their image, and their likeness. And so that type of legislation can create new business segments, new market segments that we can tap into for services or to provide goods to. Someone to possibly help a family negotiate a endorsement deal with, say, what's a local business in this area? Say Nzinga's, or say Phoenix Square. I want to use Black businesses, or say something that, a business that wants to attach itself to an athlete because of their talent and their skill. That family still is going to need an advisor or a marketing advisor, or of someone to help represent that athlete and that family in those contract negotiations to get the most out of that opportunity. And so that's going to be something that, we need to prepare ourselves for. And then lastly, as far as industry segments, we have tourism and events development at the grassroots level. And this is where I have been mostly engaged in tourism and event development at the grassroots level. And that's where what we're doing, what a lot of work is going on in Durham with the Durham Sports Commission and other mechanisms are being created now that we need to make sure we're a part of and we know what's going on, because they're going to be advocating for certain sports policies that are going to impact us, not only impact families and communities socially, but also impact how business is done with these contracts, these external facing resources that are coming in. And so we want to make sure that we understand how we can get engaged in tourism and events development at the local level. How can we support our local organizations, clubs, and teams as they host tournaments and teams coming in? And how can our brand and our products leave with teams that are coming in but now going back to their communities? As business owners, we have to be involved in that. So the next step would be letting you sponsor uniforms for sports teams in our area. Can you sponsor trips where maybe you can wrap a van or a bus that these young people are going to be traveling in when they travel down the road? Or can you provide sponsorships so that uniforms or programs or travel is paid for the teams, but your business, your brand also gets the recognition, the due recognition in that exchange. And then entrepreneurship and innovation of sports delivery. We have to begin to look at how we're delivering sports and who we're delivering our talent and our assets in sports to, right? And because who we're delivering our asset, and when I say our asset, that's our talent, not only our on the court or on the field talent, our physical talent, but also our innovative, creative spirit and how we present ourselves in sports. And so we have to begin to look at how we're controlling and owning that space and who we just give that up to, because our communities are not benefiting from all this talent that these athletes and this content is being provided to them. You know, we're sending our stories of our young athletes to ESPN, to, you know, these different distribution networks, but what is our community getting from it? What is how is the ecosystem benefiting from it? Do we have assets that we can facilitate and instigate around how we're going to use the talent and the skill and the entrepreneurship and the spirit of just of growth in a way that's going to be beneficial to the entire community. And I'm gonna get through these next two slides fairly quickly, and I want to break. This is important because I want to break down the cultural versus corporate sports versus community sports. And this is a operational type, like how you want to operate, what space you want to operate in, and there's benefits and negativities to both. But I want to just make sure you have a good understanding as a business owner, entrepreneur, what you're getting yourself into. And so under corporate sports, the interest is mainly commercial, right? And that's okay, mainly commercial, financial motives, right? The idea is to exploit talent and exploit the assets for the biggest amount of return that you can have. So when I say
All right. Well, it looks like that sport presentation is over. So we're going to be bringing Eric in for some more conversation in just a matter of a minute or so. So we're going to bring him in right now.
I am the time I sleep. I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black business? Because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090.
we go. Okay, so I'm going to, I know we had some technical difficulties. I apologize for that. I'm going to close up, but I'm not sure where I left you guys. However, I'm going to just close up the slides and the space in leaving you with this. Where's the business? The business is in goods and services. We have to engage in innovative delivery, production, and manufacturing of goods and services to the sports industry. That looks like collaboration, collective action, and CBAs. CBAs are community benefit agreements. That's a way for us as local entities to plug in to the development dollars that are coming down from either the state or private developers that are coming into our community to incentivize growth. We have to have a way to engage that from a sports perspective. And then esports and content development are the other two areas that we can engage in. We have to listen to our young people and figure out what their needs are. They're engaging in esports. This pandemic is not going away anytime soon. And so in the meantime, let's engage where our young people are and create these spaces that are not also focused on what the demand is in sports, but also what the locally, low-hanging fruit is for us. And so with that, I appreciate your attention. I appreciate going. My name is Professor Muhammad, and you can find me at Professor_U on Instagram. And I'm sure they will share this video and my email as you need. So I appreciate you. Thank you again. It's the Black Business News and Dr. Eric Kelly for having us in the Black Business Expo.
Thank you so very much. As we get ready to go on to our next speaker, thank you, Professor Umar T. Muhammad. Thanks again, guy. And of course, we're ready to move on to our next guest, and it's none other than Darlene Drew. Hello, Miss Drew. Hello, Miss Drew. How you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
Oh, I'm great. We're so happy that you're here, and I'm not going to hold you any longer because I like to be on time, and and you're making time. So, with no further ado, I'd like to introduce to you all Darlene Drew.
Well, I really didn't waste any time whatsoever. I thought I was having some technical difficulties. I couldn't get this going on my laptop, so I'm using my phone, and I hope it's working out okay on you all's end. The first opportunity to be a part of the Black Expo virtually this year. It's my first time as a business leader and as a speaker, so it's really a pleasure to be a part of such a group of people. My background is in corrections, and so I'm going to share with you all the importance of being able to turn obstacles into opportunities and take you on a journey. So I'd first like to begin by asking the question, what do you do when facing obstacles? I have reason to believe that as long as we're living, as my grandmother and mother would say, that as long as we are living, we will encounter obstacles in the course of our life. So I believe that most of us can raise our hand and attest to that, and I'm no different. I'm also going to share with you some leadership lessons that I've learned from parents and how I utilize that in the course of my career and how they can be essential tools that will be helpful to others as well. So first and foremost, I grew up in a large, loving, and perfect family. I'm the youngest of 11 children, and I grew up on the south side of Chicago. So anyone here or who will hear this later that grew up on the south side of Chicago, kudos to you and to me and everybody else for that. Like many people growing up, my parents were loving parents who worked very hard to raise their children, but they struggled. They struggled, and I'm sure many of you out there understand what struggling is like. My father worked 2 jobs most of his life, and my mother was a stay-at-home mom. I liken the relationship and the structure in our home of my parents, describing my dad as the CEO and describing my mom as the COE, that most people don't know a whole lot of what that stands for, and it stands for the chief of everything else. So those 2 people are the first individuals that, for me, epitomized what turning obstacles into opportunities, what it looks like. They epitomized to me what leadership looks like. And so the first leadership lesson that I want to share with you relative to turning obstacles into opportunities is leading with a kind heart. See, what my parents both showed is that for any of us to live well, we have to be able to treat people well. So they epitomize what caring, compassion, and doing it with consistency, what that looks like. They were able to do that for their children and for other people. My dad often would bring other people to our home that he's met along the way and essentially expect us to make room for them. And so, of course, we did. That's what you do when you are following what your parents expect of you. And raising all of us, what I saw occur with my parents is I saw them struggle. I saw them struggle on a regular basis. I'm going to share something with you when you talk about an obstacle that absolutely changed our lives. So what I ask you to do is to engage me as I take you on a trip with my mom. So imagine this, here you are, the mother of these children, and you're doing what you do often on this Saturday, going to the Salvation Army to get some clothes for your children. And as you're making that trip, one of your children sees you and is chasing you as you're across the street. Any parent do, if you see your child getting ready to enter this busy street, you call your child and you tell them to go back, which is what my mom did. But the child is steadily coming. So my mom did what any parent would do. She turned around to go back to get my brother, and something happened. And what happened that day changed our lives. My mom was hit by an 18-wheeler. So while I was too young to know the circumstances of what took place that day, I heard from my siblings countless times. So there my dad is, waiting to find out the end result of what would come on. And then finally a doctor comes in the room and asks to speak to Oscar Jr. Alexander. And he tells my dad, she's gonna be okay. She's gonna be okay. Not really surprising if you ever had a chance to meet my mom, only 5 feet tall, but a giant in and of itself. But that day changed our lives. That day was certainly an obstacle. We were living in the projects, the housing development at that time. And we moved from the housing development, the projects. Many of you are familiar with the Jeffersons moving on up. So my family did move on up. The circumstances were not the impact that it would have on my brothers and perhaps my mom's life. My parents then, through litigation, purchased the first and the only home that they would ever know. So that was a fairly good outcome considering, but it was a very consequential thing for both of my parents. So now we are in our first home and we're all excited long before some of the same challenges that my parents faced before having a home resurfaced. So you still have to have money to make ends meet, even in those circumstances. Now, I don't know how many of you are the youngest. I always ask, if I was in the room with you, I would ask, if you're the youngest, raise your hand. I always like to give props to the youngest because we have that common denominator. I was the youngest in my family, and I share that because I was always busy watching, busy observing, seeing what my other siblings were doing. One, so that I could tell, number one. And then two, in that process, I learned. I learned through my siblings without necessarily having to go through some of the pain, struggles, and sacrifices that they experience. And one of the things from watching my siblings and watching my parents, as happy as I was and our family was in so many ways, the struggling that I saw occur with my parents and my young self, I said, it's gotta be better than this. So what would make it better? One of the things that I concluded that would make my life a little bit less stressful than my parents was going to college. See, I saw that some of the obstacles that they faced, even though they were amazing at overcoming them, we still always ate, we still always ended on our feet, but albeit a lot of struggle. So I was committed that I would go to college. And I shared that with my dad, and he was excited about me going to college. Not only did I determine that I would go to college, I also determined that I was going to be an attorney. And I was going to represent people in my community, those who were underserved, as an attorney. I wanted to be an attorney so bad that I practiced being an attorney. When my mom would call me because I was in trouble for something, and I am an attorney, at least in my mind. And so every now and then I would say, well, Ma, I object. So I want you to imagine my mother. You got a strong mother like mine that you're saying that you would object. She tolerated that for only a short amount of time before she put her youngest child in her place. But all of that was a part of them helping me pursue what I wanted, helping me to not experience obstacles that they would face. So my dad and I, we had a pact that I would go to college. And so off to college that I went. And I share with people that during my college experience, I really didn't do a whole lot of things except study. Taking nothing against any organizations, but I didn't go to college to party, nor did I go to pledge. I went to change the trajectory that was taking place in my family so that I could be an attorney. So I get through college and we celebrate that. We get through college without debt, got a scholarship to cover some things, and other things my dad sacrificed and paid with the support of my siblings. And now I want you to go a little further with me, because here I am preparing for college. I'm sorry, having gotten through college, and now it's time for the next step. As I get ready for that next step, I have an aha moment. Any out there ever have an aha moment? Well, my aha moment was, Dad, this law school thing is going to cost a lot of money, a lot of money. My dad, who believed that he was prepared, said, we'll figure out a way. One of the things I did not want to do is to cause my parents to incur any more of a financial burden or crisis than what they had experienced all of the life that I had with them. And so I presented a question to my dad. I said, I have an idea. What do you think of it? And so if you're willing to engage me wherever you are, I'm going to count to 3 as if we're present and I can see you. And when I say 3, I want you to say what? 1, 2, 3. I heard you say what? And that's exactly what my dad said. When I told him that instead of going to law school, I think I want to work in a prison. He said, what are you thinking? Was the rest of that question. See, that's not what we planned for, and that's not what we prepared for. And so he took exception to that and objected towards it. But ultimately, he and my family embraced the idea. I think one of the things that made them accept it is that I did say it would be short. And so off I went to have this interview for a position to be a correctional officer working in the federal system. And I don't know about you, but I know that most of us have had interviews in the course of our life, right? You have. So I want you to imagine an interview where you feel really good about it, because that's how I felt. I felt so good about that interview, I said to myself, I know I slayed this. All I had to do after the interview was wait for my letter to come in the mail. And so I waited, and I waited, and I waited. And then finally, the letter came in the mail. I was so excited to receive that letter. I looked at it. Yes, this is for me. It has my name on it. And I opened the letter up, and I read that letter, and it said, "This is notification that you are not selected." I did what any millennial today would do. I looked at the name that was on that letter, and I called, and I said, "Hi, my name is Darlene Alexander. Somehow, I mistakenly received a letter that said I was not selected for correctional officer. Please review my file and notify me when I should report for duty." C, obstacle. That letter said no to me being hired, but mindset said yes. It never dawned on me that the organization got it right. So I turned that into an op by simply asking the question, would you review my file? And would you notify me when I should report for duty? I bring to your attention that sometimes we've got to be willing to open our mouths and dare to ask those questions. Right thereafter, I did receive another letter from the Human Resource Administrator, and this one read differently. It said, "Congratulations, you're hired." So there began my career, one that I planned and anticipated that it would be for a short term. But I had a longer way to go. See, you've got this new job, so now you've got to pass certain things. So with the organization, you have to pass academics, self-defense, and firearms. Well, I did tell you that I came from a large level, but that firearms thing, see, I wasn't prepared for firearms. My 7 brothers never told me anything about firearms except what it sounded like. And they told us, when you hear this sound, hit the floor. See, that wouldn't work in my career. So I had to learn how to use it, use the weapon. And here's what happened. We went through a round of training, and I failed. And then we went through another round of training, and I failed again. And then we had another round of training. I hope you're cheering for me now. And I failed again. And at this point, the firearms instructor looked in my direction. He was talking to someone else. And I don't know if you've ever experienced when somebody's talking about you and you're not supposed to hear it, but you do. And he said, "That girl right there, she'll never make it." Talking about me. That's an obstacle. So I heard him say that, but my mind said, he got it wrong. But I heard it. It was discouraging, but it also put a bit more fire in my belly. And so off I went to the training academy, having already been determined by someone else that I wouldn't make it. And I went, and we went through more rounds of training. And I wish I could tell you that right off the top, I passed, and then I passed over and over again, but I didn't. You see, I failed again. But this time it was even more stern. The firearms instructor yelled at me in front of my peers, saying, "Alexander, if you don't qualify on Monday, you're going home." That's a tough pill to swallow. See, I've already gotten the buy-in from my family, and I didn't come this far to fail. And so that weekend, I had to overcome that obstacle. You know obstacles, right? So during this time where other 20-year-olds were doing what 20-year-olds do, I was in my room and I was practicing and praying, practicing and praying. And I did that the entire weekend. And then Monday came. And when it was time to qualify, my peers, they approached me because they saw how terrible I had been doing up to that time. And so they expected what they had seen. And so they came to me to share with me their condolences about this job they expected me to lose. But I didn't. I qualified. And there began my career. And things are going okay. But then I'm going to take you to another obstacle. When you're working in a male-dominated environment and you're young, all of 20-something years old, and you don't quite look like people expect you to look as an officer. I won't forget this day either. When a management official was making rounds on the housing unit, and he looked at me, and he said, "What's a cute little gal like you doing working in a place like this?" Now, some of you may not take exception to that. I grew up on the south side of Chicago, and we didn't go by gal, and we didn't go by cute, we go by little. So that was an obstacle in my mind. And it's still an obstacle to me in terms of that description. And I responded in a manner to turn that situation around, saying, I am the correction officer and I am overseeing, I'm running my unit. It wasn't long after that that I was chastised as a young officer for smiling too much. You see, inmates created a nickname for me. That happens sometimes in different workplaces, and it certainly happens in prisons. And they began to call me Officer Colgate, and that was absolutely unacceptable. So I was relieved of my post and called to the lieutenant's office and chastised for smiling. I didn't know what to do with that, but I heard it. But here comes where that obstacle of those things that I just described and turning them around, and I didn't even have to do this one on my own. Fate would have it that a few days after that, the warden happened to be making rounds in my housing unit, and he looked at me and he said, "Alexander, you keep on smiling." See, that takes me to leadership lesson number 2. Lead with purpose. Lead with passion. See, it's so important that we know why we're doing what we're doing. The way things would evolve with me, that short time that I shared with my dad that this experience would last, how about I began to see purpose there? See, I began to see and believe that it was exactly where fate, where divine intervention, whom I call God, would have me to stay, would have me to serve. I encourage you to know what your purpose is, to know what your passion is, and to live your life accordingly. It will help overcome obstacles. So now I'm continuing on in the course of my career, and I'm going to forward many, many, many years later until I get to the leadership level of what's considered an associate warden, second to the CEO. And when I'm in this position, I've got 19 years in, still considered relatively young, and I was asked some interesting questions. I won't forget this day either when a young correction officer asked me, "What are your qualifications? How old are you? What do you do with the obstacle when there is a mindset that I can ask you that question?" Now, what made that person comfortable asking a person who's about 3 levels over him at least, "What are your qualifications?" How old are you? Oh, I have a reason to believe that had that not been a female and a male, that those questions would not have likely been asked. But it's an obstacle, and we can turn it into a teaching moment. And that's exactly what I did. Use that moment to educate and mentor someone in terms of what's appropriate and asking a question to the question. Let's keep going through this journey of obstacles and lessons along the way. So as I go forward in my career, and as you go forward in your life, pursuing whatever you elect to pursue, obstacles along the way. Now I have been promoted to warden. This is 2006, not 1960, 2006. And one of the first things that I was asked as a warden, as the CEO, is what do we call you? Now that's an odd question. And for those of you who may not be familiar with working in prison systems, there are certain positions where staff no longer call you by your name. They call a captain a captain. They call a warden a warden. So why am I any different? So when I was asked, what do we call you? I had a great question. And I asked, what did you call the guy before me? They said warden. I said that works. An obstacle. A person has decided, or a group of people have decided, somehow your classification is different. Now, I wasn't the first warden. What made me different? My gender, perhaps? Yeah. But even that, you take that obstacle for them and you make it an opportunity to teach. You make it an opportunity to help people do better. Perhaps they just didn't know, and there's no malice intended. But as we go further in the course of this journey, I remember my third assignment as a warden. On the first day, a staff member looks at me and says, "Are you the new warden?" And I just smile, a smile. And he says, "I know you scared. Now why I gotta be scared?" See, here's what I would submit to you. Those questions that we're oftentimes asked and those obstacles that are put in our way, we really have to have the correct presence of mind to push through them and have the determination to push through them. I oftentimes share with people, and I'll share with you, that the person that I'm married to is also a warden. The person that I'm married to is a former football player. The person that I'm married to stands 6 feet tall. And no one ever asked him, what do we call you? No one ever asked him, how old are you? No one ever asked him, what are your qualifications for the position that you hold? So we can do a number of things. We can fight or we can take flight. And so the position that I've taken is to fight in a very educated, smart way, to turn those obstacles in a very smart way into opportunities, not only to serve people by teaching, serve people by helping them to see that you can go higher and you can do better, and also helping yourself along the way. And then I want to get to this final part of obstacles and leadership lessons. Through every single one of those experiences, one have an attitude of endurance, or one could have an attitude of, how can I help myself and help other leaders, help leaders develop? There are 3 principles that have guided me throughout my career, my past career in law enforcement, and my career as an entrepreneur. First and foremost, in the great words of the greatest of all, in my opinion, or certainly one of the greatest, Nelson Mandela, he said, "It always seems impossible until it's done." And so we can talk about getting something done, or we can get it done. And I encourage you, talk and get it done. And embrace, if you would, or certainly consider these principles. I say them all the time and I use them as a guiding post, and I hope it's of value to you. Don't teach what you don't know. Don't lead where you won't go. And don't ask for what you won't give. My name is Darlene Drew. I am a leadership trainer, coach, and speaker with the John Maxwell team. And I hope this is a satisfying Saturday for you. Thank you very much. Time for questions, Dr. Kelly.
Looks like you dropped off, but we've got you back. So this is Mark, your video producer. Glad to see you back in and everything. So hope you can go continue with your presentation. But I know a lot of folks are really enjoying the knowledge that you were giving them.
Okay. So I actually completed
All right, so she's completed her presentation. I know a lot of folks are very much engaged with that presentation, but it looks like we're going to continue things rolling right along, but we're going to be back in just a matter of a minute or two with Eric up, and we've got some other guests happening as well. So we're looking forward to seeing everything, and we're looking forward to another amazing presentation. So definitely, there we go. We got Dr. Kelly in the house. So we're going to bring Dr. Kelly in to talk to our organization. So we're going to bring up both Dr. Kelly and Ms. Eric and Mr. Eric, and they can talk and everything. Mr. Eric and Dr. Drew, or Mr.
And of course, as
Mr. Kelly, and
Ready.
there's Mr.
Hey, darling Drew, how you doing?
I am well.
You know, you kind of you cut me so short. I was in a meeting, and I was like, she said, "Well, I'm through." I'm like, "No, it's 40 minutes, but that's all right. You did a great job. You did a great job. I'm sorry I couldn't listen to all of it, but what I want to ask, and I put a question in it. I don't know why it didn't pop up. What is your leadership style?
I would describe my style as pretty democratic in terms of I believe in engaging the entire team. I believe in asking questions and getting the benefit of everyone's perspective, realizing that because you're in the leadership position, you by no means have an answer to everything.
What do you do when there's a situation where someone is given the narrative and that narrative is incorrect, and you have so many other things on your plate that you don't get a chance to deal with that narrative, and maybe you don't even deal with that narrative at the present time, and you have to go back and deal with narrative after you get through with a lot of other complex things that are on your plate?
Yeah, great question. That happens often, right? Because when you're in these leadership positions, you have so many things on your plate and you want to be responsive to everyone. So for me, the way I've always approached those situations is one, I've always had a black book with me to jot down notes, and so that I could go back to it and refer to it. And people that I've worked with over the years have been accustomed to me having that black book, so they actually expect to see me write it down because it's a high probability that I remember, but I may not. I think the most important thing is to get back with people. You know, and as long as you get back to them with whatever the question is, then you are able to keep your credibility and get them an answer to whatever the question is. And it could be, I don't know now, and then I've got to look into some things and give you an answer later, but at minimum, always get back. And it's realistic that you can't answer everything at that time. And people do create narratives, some with accuracy and some that are absolutely made up, to be quite honest.
Let's talk about the made up narratives. If you know, how do you handle made up narratives when you're in a position of going through a process and you have so many other things that you have to do, but there's a narrative out there that you need to deal with, but you can't deal with that narrative like right in this moment. What do you do?
For me, it's simple. It's a matter of saying to someone that, one, to hear them out and say, I hear what you're saying. I don't necessarily agree, but I hear what you're saying. And then later, again, get back with them and answer the question. And the other thing that I would say, when it's a narrative that applies to more than one, let's say you have a group of staff or a group of people who believe this narrative, I have always found it important to address it so that everyone hears my answers, so no one has to make it up. So in my prior career, I would have meetings with all of the staff so they can hear me. I would record those meetings for those who weren't there. They can hear it with their own ears. Put it in writing for those who didn't see the video. They can read it for themselves. And then make myself available that if they wanted to ask me, they can also hear my position and thoughts on it.
Well, that is pretty much how I handle things too. I look at them, I hear you, I understand where you're coming from, but I don't do a knee jerk and just start running off at the mouth with that person. I take some time out and think about it. And for me, you know, I sleep well. I tell people all the time, I sleep well at night because what I do is I help people. I'm not in the business of doing anything to people. I wasn't raised that way, but I help people. So when helping people becomes an issue with some people, then I just kind of sit back and let it kind of just go where it's going. And then what I do is I address that narrative. My next question is, when you look at today's society and you look at our kids in today's society and you see where our kids are going, what do you think of some of the things that older adults or parents can put in place to keep our prison pipeline?
Yeah, it's a great question. One of the first thing that comes to mind to me is all of us, even as adults, as we were as children, people want to know, need to know that they're cared for. We all need to have that affirmed, that you see me and you care about me and that I'm important to somebody. That's really important for kids, because when our kids don't have the benefit of that, the misfortune is they end up in places where I've worked for most of my life and lose the benefit of everyday liberties. And now you have other individuals telling you what to do and to do it. And what I'll say to you, in working in a correctional environment, that doesn't change. People still have a desire. It's part of our human, just being a human being, of some affirmation that you see me. And so those basic things that we were taught really has to be repeated over and over. And I happen to also believe that it's important to teach young people how to earn things, that they have to learn the responsibility of earning something for themselves. So part one is instilling in them the value that they're valuable human beings and they have a lot to contribute to the world. And then mentoring and coaching them so that they understand and have an appreciation for work and independence so that they can grow to be adults and pursue whatever job.
That's great. That was one of the things that I always wanted to, what can we do to make change? And I think that a lot of times people don't look at change; they just allow things to happen, and then they ask themselves, "Well, why did it happen?" How do you handle your stresses, if any?
Mm. Let's see. I'm going to approach that both ways. During the time when I was working in a correctional setting, how did I approach it? Really, for me, a good book, and that helps a lot. A good book, church service, music helps me a great deal. Those are really my go-to. Being able to write, I love writing, and I love being able to take the things that I sometimes have just balled up inside of me. Journal, I've been a journalist since I was a teenager, so I have tons and tons of journals. That's another important outlet for me to get things that's inside of me out.
Well, I want to thank you for being on the show today. You did an outstanding job. I'm looking forward to continuing the dialogue. We will give you a call. I want to personally thank you online, but more importantly, I'll give you a call later to do another thank you. And I'll keep you abreast of what we're going to do. One of the things that we're going to be doing in January, we're going to do this again, but it's going to be under 30. And I think that's going to be exciting because there were some youth who reached out and said, while they enjoyed the show, they wanted to share their stories. And of course, I enjoy sharing the stories of young people. So we'll get a chance to get 7 days, 24 hours of the day of Black young people talking about their business. And this is an opportunity for people to go across the global marketplace and talk about what they do. Is there any information you can give us so people can get in contact with you?
Yes, I can be reached at www.johnmaxwellgroup.com/Darlene Drew. And if that's too much to remember, if someone Googles my name, it'll show my existence. They can get me.
Okay. Thank you so very much. And we look forward to all the great things that you're going to continue to do. And we will be watching you. As I say, I watch everybody all over the world to make sure that we can make it happen and their voices be heard. Okay?
Thank you. You keep doing what you're doing. Bless you. God bless you.
Man. Thank you so very much.
Okay. Take care.
You do the same.
All right. Bye.
Bye-bye. And of course, we're gonna move into our video. We're gonna see Merle Holloway, and he's going to be talking to you about NC 100. Take it away.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. And Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black business history of Black America in North. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you business? Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake, I'm Black Business. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9. Black Business. I until the time sleep. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black business? Because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Yes, indeed. I am Black business. From the moment I wake to the moment I sleep, I am a Black business. And while you think about that statement, I want you to ask yourself, are you Black business? The Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. I want to thank the young lady for doing a great job as the soundtrack goes on, and we are ready to bring up our next guest. And of course, I keep saying guest like I'm hosting. I guess I'm hosting right now, but we're going to work on this whole hosting thing and get us some more young and fresh blood up in here and make sure that we can make it happen. So here we go. Here we go. Bring her on, Benita Griffith. Hello. How you doing? How you doing?
Hey, Eric. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I will have to mute myself and allow you to talk. Okay, so So when I mute myself, you talk.
Okay, should I talk now? Okay, I didn't hear you. My Apple thing came up. Did you ask me a question?
Well, what I'm going to ask you to do is do what you do so very well. You're so beautiful. Don't you agree? And we're going to allow you to go ahead and talk about your subject matter today. As I understand, you have a television show called
After the
Okay, After the I Do's Game Show. And we're going to let you take it away, okay?
Okay, so I am thinking about the game show a little bit before my time for my workshop. So I will share a little bit about that before I get into the topic, which is building relationships for growth, speaking the language of your prospect. So I'll tell you a little bit about what I do outside of this. I have another business venture called After the I Do's Game Show LLC. And it's actually a game show similar to the Newlywed Game. Some of you may have remembered that, where we have couples who answer questions to match their answers. And if they match their answers, they score points. The highest score wins the prize. And so we've done it 3 times already. We had a season on CW22, and we were getting ready to travel with the show right before COVID started. And boom, COVID started, and they weren't letting anybody assemble in theaters. And so that ended that, kind of, sort of. Well, it put a pin in that, so I had to pivot. And so now what I'm doing is gathering some partners together so that we can begin the show again in a virtual or hybrid kind of. And so people will be able to participate virtually, and it kind of opens us up to be all over the world, just like network TV. It's a really funny show. We have a comedian host that really makes it fun. Our last host for the last show was Miguel Nunez, and that show was in Durham at Rhythms Live. And Miguel, you may know from some of his TV movies. He was just on Family Business on BET, and he's local, kind of, sort of. He lives in California, but he is from, and he brought the funny. We did a reunion show, and we also did the Pastors Edition, and it was a lot of fun. The pastors are very funny. Let me just say that. They were very funny. And so we gave away to the winners $2,500 worth of prizes. And it was a great show, and we're looking forward to doing it again. So you can always keep up with us on aftertheidosshow.com, www.aftertheidosshow.com. And if you're interested in being a contestant, please fill out that form. There's a whole bunch of information that you can read about the show. But fill out the form, and we'd be glad to talk to you about being a contestant on the show. It's a lot of fun, and we have a lot of prizes for the audience as well. And so it was great. We had great sponsors. So I'm not going to say any more about that. I'm just going to encourage you to go to the website. So I am about 10 minutes before my workshop is supposed to start, and I don't really want to start it early because then somebody who thinks it's supposed to start at 2 o'clock will miss the beginning of it. So I don't know if I can't see comments or anything. Let's see, hold on. Let me see. Let me know that you're here. How about that? So this is virtual thing is kind of new to me, to do a workshop this way without seeing people anyway. So I'm going to just look online and see if there are any comments, because Eric threw me in here at 15 minutes early, and I am.
No, we still got time. Ms. Griffith, this is Lee. I'm the streaming producer of the show. And how are you doing? Definitely glad to help you and everything. I'm definitely a fan of your show and all of that. But one of the things I was going to ask you, because I know that I've been thinking about that show, but I'm one of those folks that's an older middle-aged man, I guess you would call me, and I'm married. So are y'all ever going to create a contest for those that aren't in the marriage vibe? Because like I said, never had that pleasure yet. So we need a contest for those that are single in some form or fashion. So will that ever happen?
Well, that's a good question, Mark. Thank you for asking me that. So I would love to do that. That's more like the dating game and kind of like a hookup thing. But I think what we want to do is do a show for people that are just in relationship, maybe not married, just in relationship, because I think that will be funny as well. So I see the comments now. So I'm actually thinking about doing, expanding the After the I Do's to include maybe mother and daughter show, maybe father-son show, maybe people that are dating, maybe best friends, maybe siblings. So you don't have to be married to participate in the game show, because I think all of those relationships have a very funny element to it, especially when you think you know the person, and when you get in front of a crowd, maybe you don't know them so well.
That could be an interesting show. I'm actually going to bring Eric back up and everything. But no, I definitely have an enjoyable time having a conversation on those lines with my younger brother, because sometimes I think I know him really well, and sometimes I don't think I know him as well as I should. The same with my nephew. So definitely I can see where that would be a great idea. But get ready to bring Eric back into the conversation, and then we'll get y'all up to the 2 o'clock hour.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Well, I wanted you to come up to talk about the I do's, and particularly because I wanted people to understand that you do more than do workshops, and I think that the I do's, the show that you're doing, is a great show. How did you come up with the idea of that show?
Well, thank you, Eric, for asking me that. So I think, okay, good. So my husband and I cruise a lot. And if you cruise, you probably have seen the show that they do on the cruise. It's called Not So Married, or they call it all different kind of names. But basically, it's like the Newlywed Game. And so it's always crowded. It's always a fun show. And I always said, I would love to do a show like that. And one day I woke up and said, I really, really want to do that show. And the other thing that really prompted me to do it is they're bringing back a lot of game shows from way back in the day. And so, but they haven't brought back the Newlywed Game or the dating game for that matter. They hadn't brought back those game shows. And people really enjoy that, especially when we get an opportunity to have somebody who's funny to host and can pull those funny stories out of the couples, whether they be married couples or siblings, or like Mark said, maybe his brother or his nephew. They have funny stories together, and we get to laugh at them and with them in a show kind of atmosphere. And so so that's what led me to create the game show. I just love marriage is what I do. And I think showing couples that are happily married and can laugh at themselves is always a good thing. We see a lot of couples on TV that are constantly fighting, and they don't look good, or they look too good and unreal. And so I wanted to shine a positive light on healthy marriages. Unmute yourself.
Because you're you're doing a whole lot of echoing. That's why,
Right.
Are there any new things that are getting ready to happen that you can share with us on the I Do show? Any new hosts that are going to be coming up? Any new thing that people can look forward to?
Okay. I'll wait. Okay, you muted. So yes, as a matter of fact, Eric, but what I know about you, Dr. Kelly, is you try to pull secrets out of people. So I am working right now with a comedy club to bring the show back and do it in a hybrid version where it would be virtual and live at the same time, so people all over the world can see it. And the audience will be able to participate and win prizes as well. So I'm working on some things. You can't release the information before you get all of it signed and documented and everything. So I'm working on that, and I'm always looking for sponsorships for the show, because there'll be opportunities for sponsorship there for companies to have a space where they would be highlighted, and also to the couples. And so I'm looking for that as well. So people can always get information on the website, www.aftertheidos.com.
Online, is the show online now from past shows, so that people can actually see these, see people who have already interacted and who've won?
So absolutely, they can go to the website and they can see all of the past winners, and you can actually see the shows that were aired on CW22. You can see the live show. There were 3 live shows, one at the Clayton Center, the other one at the Duke Energy Center, and then of course the last one at Rhythms Live. They all had 3 different hosts. If you'd like to give some feedback on the show, there's a place on the website where you can write comments. I'm always looking for feedback on the show, but you'll see that the couples were extremely transparent and funny, especially, well, not especially any of them. They were all very funny. They were all funny. So yes, you can check it out on the website. Thank you for asking that.
And of course, as you began to do a virtual show, how are you going to ensure that couples are not boning each other, or touching each other, and convincing each other, giving away? Because right now, we don't know. We're sitting here. I don't see your hands. You don't see my hands. And well, I see your hands now, ma'am. But how do you see that being something that you got to work out?
Okay. That's a great question. So I have worked this out in my plan. Instead of the couples separating and going into the room when they ask one spouse a question, typically that's what happens. They go into a room and then they ask the spouse a question. Well, this time what we're going to do is they will have letters that they will hold up, A, B, C, or D. And they will have to pop up their answer. So there'll be 3 rounds of questions. One round will be for the wife, and then what you say, and no delay in that. And we'll have some that happens, but that's how we're going to eliminate that like cheating factor, kind of. That's what we'll do. It will have to be instantaneous. Like they'll give you A, B, C, D, and then they'll pop up your choice, boom, like that. Uh-oh.
I thought you were shooting yourself in your head. Anyway, I know. Hey, you're my friend. I'm a talker. I'm gonna get a little bit because I heard what you said earlier. I heard what you told the crowd. He just stood me up anyhow. But I heard you. But, hey, it's no such thing as throwing under the bus. When we give you more than you deserve, you should be happy. But I'll let it go. But I think we're getting close because I was thinking. We've been thinking about this part about your show, and I think the ABC piece is great. And you know what? I was just thinking when you said that it's 2:00, and I'm sure that everybody is ready to go. And me and you're going to talk off camera, yeah. And I appreciate you for coming on. You're a very, very dear friend. And for those sponsors out there, listen, look her up, check it out. And more importantly, support the people that needs your support. And with no further ado, I'd like to introduce to you Vernita Griffith. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Hello, everybody. I'm going to share my screen, and I hope it works because I've seen people do it. So let's see, share screen. And all right. Okay, is somebody gonna have to help me with this? Okay, I'm scared to hit share because I don't know what's gonna come up, but oh, look at that. Okay. Did it work? Can't see anybody. Somebody tell me that it worked.
It definitely worked. We see the screen, so go for it.
Okay. Thank you. That mysterious voice from, I don't even know where it's coming from, but thank you and hello, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Kelly. I have to say thank you to Dr. Kelly again for allowing me this opportunity to share my passion with our audience. So I want to start with, of course, the title of the workshop is Building Relationships for Growth, Speaking the Language of Your Prospect. And I want to introduce myself first. So I am Vernita Griffith. I am a wife. I am a mother. I'm a Mimi. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a trainer. I'm an author. I'm a game show producer. I'm a lover of family and an unshakable optimist dedicated to enriching relationships and shining a positive light on marriages. So I want to sing right now, I'm every woman. It's all in me. That's what I want to sing, but I can't sing. So I'm going to just skip that part. But I'm sure I'm not the only one that can have this laundry list of things that they do, women and men alike, that sometimes we don't even recognize until we put it down on paper, right? So I was thinking to myself, dog, I'm pretty awesome. Anyway, I'm also the founder and CEO of Tri-Team Unlimited, LLC, where we're located here in Raleigh, North Carolina. We offer